Ghost story, Karma Exorthuin. Hung and I have been neighbors since my family moved here. Initially, people in the neighborhood paired us up because we often played together, and he would bring me soup or cakes. Gradually, their assumptions became reality without us even realizing it. Before meeting me, Hung served 2 years in the military. Afterward, he helped his parents sell rice at a stall at the alley's entrance and spent the rest of his time learning the craft of exorcism from his grandfather. When we first moved in, I heard that there were 3 brothers in the neighborhood, all of whom were skilled exorcists, but I had never seen them in action, so I was very curious. Hung often joked, "Get used to someone who catches ghosts, and eventually, you'll see ghosts too. Don't be too eager." Despite my curiosity, just hearing the word ghost gave me goosebumps. Today, I was cooking lunch late and saw that the rice container was empty, so I went to Hung's house. If I had gone to the stall at the alley's entrance, Aunt Hai would have closed it by then. As soon as Hung saw me, he smiled. "I knew immediately when you ran out of rice. Hung, you always guess right. Please bring some over for me later. We're neighbors and know each other so well. If you didn't come, I would have gone to your house," I mumbled in response. "We've only just started officially dating, and if people see us, it'll be awkward. Plus, I want to wait until I finish school." "I promised to wait and not interfere with your studies. I just want to make it public so other guys in the neighborhood don't have a chance." "You're bold today, Hung." Since our relationship started from people's teasing, I still felt shy. Sometimes, when we ran into each other in the alley, I'd hide behind my hat. Once, he was minding the rice stall for his mother right when I passed by. Meeting his gaze made me blush deeply. Our houses were separated by Mr. Hung's house. Mr. Hung was Hung's grandfather, and his brothers were all exorcists, a craft handed down from their ancestors, so they had talismans to ward off spirits. Many families with members possessed by spirits, losing almost all their senses, would seek Mr. Hung for a cure. There was a large banyan tree in front of the house. Hung told me that this tree was where his grandfather's soldiers resided, protecting the shrine where he performed his rituals. No one knew what was inside the shrine. Though Hung was one of the 4 grandchildren following the craft, his grandfather said that only when he had enough power to exorcise spirits would Hung know what was inside. As soon as I got home, Hung was already there with a sack of rice. After putting the sack down, he unexpectedly took my hand and gently said, "I'll come over tonight like usual, okay? Tomorrow, I'm going to an exorcism and might come back late. I talked to my grandfather about us. He supports us and wants you to come along on a trip to understand the craft I'm learning. Go ghost hunting." I can't go. Hick hick. "Mian, come with me just once. Grandfather is worried that you might end up like my late grandmother, who was often haunted and even retaliated against by spirits because of her exorcism abilities." What Hung said sent chills down my spine. Haunted and retaliated against by spirits? I trembled as I asked, "Didn't you say your grandfather's soldiers are at the banyan tree and at the entrance of the alley? Do ghosts know you're an exorcist and still bother me?" "Ghosts are invisible, so no one knows what might happen. In this line of work, we need to be cautious. The soldiers have their limits, and we can't always stay home. I'm worried about you, about our future." Hung pulled me closer and whispered, "So you agree then? I promise we'll have our wedding after you finish school. Mian, I love you." I blushed as it was the first time he said he loved me. With hearts pounding, we shared our first hurried kiss. That evening, Hung brought Aunt Hai and her husband to my house to ask my parents for permission for us to get to know each other. This completely surprised me, since he hadn't mentioned it beforehand. My parents were aware of our feelings and didn't object, as long as Hung and I promised not to let it affect my studies. After that conversation, Hung and I went to see Mr. Hung to prepare for the next day's exorcism. Seeing my hesitation, he spoke up. Hung told me about the two of you. Sooner or later, you'll be family. Just call me grandfather and don't be shy about anything. Come inside and wait for me for a bit.
Yes, sir,
I replied, and then shyly went inside. On the mezzanine floor was the altar. Mr. Hung went up there, and I could hear the sound of a lighter igniting incense along with his murmured chants. After a while, there was a rustling noise that was quite unsettling. The altar was surrounded by red cloth with dim light behind it, making it both frightening and intriguing. Hung, who had been observing me closely, placed his hand on my shoulder and said, "Grandfather is chanting to get a talisman for you. It won't take long." I trembled and said, "I feel uneasy. I'm scared of ghosts even before going." "That's how my job is, and it will be the same in the future. You'll get used to dealing with ghosts and talismans. It's not entirely true that if you don't bother anyone, no one will bother you." At this moment, Mr. Hung came down from the altar. He handed me a piece of paper neatly wrapped in plastic and said, "Always keep this with you. At the very least, it will protect you when you're in a state of panic." I took it, feeling strange. I hoped this talisman would always keep me safe. The next day, I followed Mr. Hung and Hung to the homeowner's house for the exorcism ritual. It wasn't far, so we walked for about 20 minutes. When we stopped at the gate, he instructed us not to speak unless he asked us something, and not to turn around if anyone called our names. At that moment, the homeowner saw us and rushed out, wailing, "Thank you for coming, Master. We've been eagerly awaiting you." Mr. Hung shook his head and sighed. "I've already sensed the presence of a spirit in this house." He then signaled the homeowners to lead us to the room where a girl was lying with a swollen belly as if she were pregnant and nearing childbirth. Seeing their daughter no longer screaming, the couple was surprised as she had been yelling just moments before, but was now silent. Mr. Hung approached, looked at the girl, and began to speak. "This is a case of spirit impregnation. This ghost is truly audacious." Hearing this, the homeowner hurriedly recounted, "Master, please save our daughter. She hasn't married yet, but her belly started growing bigger last year. We took her for a checkup, and the doctor said she was pregnant. We thought she had been misbehaving, but still loved the baby, so we decided to keep it until she gave birth." "Tell me, whose baby is it?" The daughter sobbed. "I've told you, every night a dark shadow comes into my room and does that to me." "You're trying to drive your father to death, aren't you? Oh my heavens!" The mother, horrified, quickly grabbed her husband, her eyes swollen from crying too much. She spoke through her tears. "Let's take it slowly. Our daughter. It's all your fault for spoiling her. Now she's pregnant and doesn't know who the father is." The family cried until they had no tears left, but out of love for their daughter and grandchild, they ignored all the gossip and waited for the baby to be born. The doctor said the baby's heartbeat was normal, so the mother waited outside, frequently standing by the delivery room door, praying for her daughter to have a safe delivery. After a while, the delivery room door opened and the doctor rushed out. "Ma'am, please come in. I have something to tell you." Inside the room, the doctor, with a pale face, pointed to a basin covered nearby. We clearly heard the fetal heartbeat and checked regularly, but why? Why did it turn out to be just water? I can't believe it. The mother was horrified. "Oh my God, what are you saying, doctor? How could my daughter give birth to water?" The husband's voice choked up as he tried to maintain his composure and continued. "This year, it's happening again, Master. Our family has invited many exorcists, but none could banish the spirit." Mr. Hung nodded and replied, "I will do my best to help your family. Now, please prepare some white wine for me." He pulled out a bag, took out a piece of colored paper and wrote some characters on it that I couldn't understand. Then he handed it to Hung. "Burn this paper to ashes and put the ashes in a bowl for me. Hurry up." Hung took the paper and quickly went outside to burn it. Holding the bowl with the paper ashes, Mr. Hung poured the wine and stirred it before telling the homeowners, "Give your daughter this bowl of wine to drink. Then we will begin the necessary procedures." Oddly enough, after drinking the bowl of wine, the girl sat up on her own, despite her enormous belly. Mr. Hung sat down facing her, took out a bell and a book filled with Chinese characters and began to chant. The girl on the bed, her eyes wide with fear, held her head and cried out, "It hurts! It hurts so much! Please, please, no, who?" Mr. Hung sternly shouted, "Where did you come from? Why are you harming people? If you don't speak, I will make the pain worse." Suddenly, the girl stood up abruptly, stretched her arms out, and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha! Do you think it's easy to catch me, an exorcist? Let's see how powerful you are. Ha!" Such insolence. I gasped and hid behind Hung, feeling a chill throughout my body. It was as if something invisible was binding the girl, who now appeared tightly restrained but still glared at Mr. Hung with intense hatred, as if she wanted to leap at him. He took a prepared rattan whip from his bag and began to strike her continuously, shouting, "Still stubborn? Will you not submit?" Seeing their daughter being mistreated, the homeowners panicked. Mr. Hung reassured them, "Stay calm. I'm hitting the ghost, not your daughter." He then raised the rattan whip high and stared at the girl. "I'll ask one more time. Will you talk or not?" The girl finally lowered her head and whispered, "I'll talk. I'll talk." "Where did you come from? Why are you harming this family?" "I reside in the wild cherry tree behind the house. I died there a long time ago. I didn't mean any harm. I love her. We already have one child together, and now there's a second one." "How can a human and a ghost have a child together? You're a spirit, and yet you refuse to seek enlightenment for your own peace?" The spirit began to cry. "I only love her and haven't harmed her. I haven't taken any of her essence. I know you're powerful. Please, spare me. In return, you must release the girl you've been harming." I love her. Please, master." Mr. Hung sternly said, "Will you let her go or not? Give me a clear answer." The spirit bowed deeply and replied, I agree, but please, master, grant me one wish. Because I committed suicide here, my soul is bound to this place. Help me to return to my family, along with my child. My child is just 1 year old." Mr. Hung took a piece of paper and a pen from his bag and gave them to the girl, instructing her to write down the address of the spirit's family. After reading the note, he nodded. "Leave the girl's body, and I will fulfill your wish." At this moment, the homeowner's daughter no longer clutched her head but showed signs of intense abdominal pain. Mr. Hung urgently said, "Take your daughter to the hospital quickly. We need to remove that substance from her body." "Is it going to be like last time, master? I have a plan and promise to help your family at any cost." Then Mr. Hung turned to me, broke the rattan whip he was holding in half, and wrapped it with a paper that had a drawing of the 8 trigrams. "Go with the family to help and take this with you. If the girl shows any actions like before, hit her neck hard with it. But just do as I say, and everything will be fine. Don't worry." I nervously took the half rattan whip and quickly accompanied the family to bring their daughter to the hospital. Meanwhile, back at the house, Hung had already prepared the spade. He and his grandfather went to the wild cherry tree behind the house, which was fruitless at this time of year. Mr. Hung walked around the area and then forcefully thrust the spade into the ground at the tree's base. A cracking sound was heard. Hearing the sound, Mr. Hung instructed Hung, "Take this white chalk and draw around the base of the tree." Hung quickly complied, mentally noting everything his grandfather was doing. He couldn't understand how the rattan whip, the spade, and even the white chalk, when used together, could be such effective tools for capturing spirits. For now, this will do. Our next task is to follow this address and find the spirit's family. Hung was startled by his grandfather's voice right beside him. He looked at the paper the girl had written on, which read, Do Van Hu, Alley 16, Tranglin area. His father's name is Do Van Bin. Hung went to pick up his grandfather's tool bag, but he couldn't lift it. The bag was too heavy. How did his grandfather carry it on his shoulder earlier? Strange. Could it be that his youthful strength was inferior to his grandfather's? Mr. Hung noticed and patted the bag. My grandson is helping carry it, not putting stones in it. Hung broke into a sweat, hearing his grandfather talk to the bag. Knowing that this profession involves facing such situations, no matter how scared he had to act normal. He exhaled in relief as the bag suddenly felt much lighter. At the hospital, the homeowner's daughter struggled with intense pain. She clung to her mother's arm, crying, I can't bear it. I'm going to die. Hoo hoo hoo. Hold on, dear, just a little longer. The master promised he would help us. I approached the mother and daughter. Her eyes, no longer fierce, looked at me pleadingly, begging for help. Just then, a nurse's voice rang out. Her water has broken. Before the doctor and nurses could react, the girl pressed her own belly. Black amniotic fluid gushed out, its foul odor filling the room and making everyone present cover their mouths on the verge of vomiting. Suddenly, as if driven by an unseen force, the mother also used her hands to help press her daughter's belly. Such strength drained the black fluid until it splattered and stained the white sheets of the bed. The doctor, unable to believe what he was witnessing, shouted, Oh my God! What's happening? Stop it! Stop it! Doctor, I found a master. The doctor paused, recognizing the patient he had previously helped deliver. He quickly said, That's great news, but this action is not appropriate. Please, step outside now. The mother stopped, silently stepped out of the room, and still didn't understand why she had acted that way. Something had driven her to press out the black fluid from her daughter's body. In front of the house, according to the address provided by the spirit, Mr. Hung carefully examined the ground near the gate, suspicious. Hearing people outside, a man's voice came from inside. Who is it? What's going on out there? Hearing the voice, Mr. Hung replied, Are you Mr. Bin, Hu's father? The man inside seemed startled as he stepped out. His worn face and trembling hands opened the gate. I am Bin. Please come in. What brings you to me? Who wrote down this address and asked me to speak with your family? My son is gone. If Hu is gone, how could he write an address and give it to you? The spirit of my grandson has possessed someone else. What kind of weak family protection is this, that my son can't come home? Mr. Bin, startled, looked at the paper handed to him. The address was indeed written very clearly. As for the protection, the family had been cautious in inviting the master over. How could it be that his son's spirit couldn't come home? After a moment of thought, he spoke. Indeed, after my son passed away, my family invited the master for protection and brought the spirit from the fish egg tree back. We don't know each other, so how can you be sure, apart from the address written on the paper? Mr. Hung shook his head. Right at the entrance, there's a plow. That's to ward off evil spirits. Your son became a hungry and thirsty ghost after committing suicide. What are you saying? I don't understand. I came here and your son is also standing outside watching us. My son is outside? Could it be because of that plow that Hu couldn't enter the house? That's correct. We need to go outside to the corner of the wall on the left and dig up that plow, because the plow is buried with its blade facing outward. Mr. Hung finished speaking and immediately called Hung and Mr. Bing to the left side of the wall to dig up the plow. And as expected, Everything had a solution now. Mr. Huang took a yellow piece of paper, cut it into a triangle, and wrote some characters on it. Then he folded it up and handed it to Huang. Attach this to the sharp end of the plow and bury it again, aligning the blade diagonally according to the shape of the sword. Fill the soil tightly and mark the starting point. Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. In the delivery room of the hospital, the doctor said to the mother, "Even so, this is still considered a birth. With good care, both the physical and mental health of the mother will recover quickly." Thank you, doctor, for helping. It's truly unbelievable, but it happened right before our eyes. I don't know what to say. Everyone must be tired. You all need to take care of yourselves and the child. Excuse me. The doctor spoke and then left. He hoped that in his profession he wouldn't encounter any more cases as baffling as this one. The daughter of the homeowner lay there with a pale face, her hair tangled and messy. There was still an unpleasant smell lingering around somewhere. Stuck. Both I and the two mothers were startled by the sound of the door creaking, as if someone was pushing it back and forth, then suddenly pushed it forcefully against the wall with a loud bang. Through the crack above, I could clearly see a pair of eyes with a pitiful gaze at the bed. I panicked and brandished the bamboo cane that Mr. Huang had given me and shouted loudly, I didn't tease anyone, so don't tease me." The eyes vanished. I took a deep breath and tried to reassure myself not to be afraid, but I was terrified when I thought of those eyes. After finishing the spell in the corner of the door and recounting the entire situation of the homeowners seeking help to catch the ghost, Mr. Huang said to the man named Bin, "That's how it is. Now your son can go home, no longer a hungry and thirsty ghost. I hope he will accept to let go." "Thank you for helping us. Can I see my son once, sir?" "Who is still here? Call your family here. I will let the ghost enter." "Thank you, sir," Mr. Bin replied and quickly ran off to find his family. Shortly after, he returned with Hu's cousin. Mr. Huang began to light incense and requested assistance from the spiritual world using 2 coins. Mr. Bin also offered incense to the ancestors and prayed. With the addition of incense, Mr. Huang covered the cousin's head with a red cloth. Very quickly, the cousin's head spun in a circle. Mr. Huang raised his voice. "Has the spirit named Hu returned?" The spirit possessed the cousin's body and nodded. "Now the 2 fathers and sons can talk, but please be quick because time is limited." Mr. Huang finished speaking, and Mr. Bin hurriedly sat down next to his son's spirit, choked with emotion. "Hu, son, I'm sorry for what I said. Please forgive me." The spirit hugged his face and burst into tears. "No, it's my fault. I don't blame you, Dad." Now, with the help of the master, I just ask, "Dad, please worship my altar again." "I promise to worship your grandson and find a new wife for you." Seeing the spirit silent, Mr. Huang spoke again. "Does the spirit agree? The new wife will be even more beautiful and will take care of you, spirit." "I agree, but the wife must have long hair, and I have a request." "What do you want to request?" "Please let me meet her one last time." "Haven't you caused enough harm? Why does the spirit still want to meet?" The spirit frantically bowed and begged, "No, I didn't harm anyone. I beg you." "All right, at exactly 12:30 a.m. tonight, the spirit will go to the hospital, and of course, I will send my soldiers along." "Thank you for agreeing, Master." "Does the spirit have anything else to say?" The spirit shook its head and then turned to Mr. Bin, crying as it spoke. "Dad, forgive me for my disobedience." Mr. Huang quickly pulled down the red cloth covering Hu's cousin's head and sprinkled alcohol on it. Immediately afterward, Mr. Huang handed a piece of paper to Mr. Bin and said, "What I've written here is everything the family needs to prepare, especially the effigy. Now I need to go to the hospital to complete the preparations for midnight tonight, as requested by the spirit. I'll be back in 3 days. My family is grateful, Master. Thank you and Hung for your help. I never believed what I just witnessed before. It's what we should do. Only those who have experienced it can understand the feeling of meeting their deceased loved ones as spirits. However, it's also fate, because not everyone can encounter. Mr. Hung said before shouldering his bag and walking towards the gate. At the marked spot, he took 7 sewing needles and inserted them deeply. Hung and Mr. Hung arrived at the maternity hospital shortly after. Since the daughter of the homeowner was a special case, they quickly found the maternity ward. I returned in a panic, saying, "I'm so scared, Grandma. There were eyes. Mr. Hung reassured me. As long as your grandmother's spell is present, there's nothing to fear. What's important is not to let your spirit be broken. Did you bring the item your grandmother gave you yesterday?" His reminder made me suddenly remember. I had forgotten to bring it today. I sheepishly replied, I forgot. It's all right. The whip is here, similar to that item. But next time, don't forget, okay? Yes, Grandma, I remember now. It's getting late. You two should go home. Your parents are waiting. I still have things to do, Mr. Hung said, turning to Hung. Take little Mian home and light the spirit candles in the ancestral altar for me. Light one next to the silk tree as well. Yes, Grandma. I'll be back soon. Hung replied, then looked at me and chuckled. Why are you as timid as a rabbit? The more timid you are, the more ghosts will tease you. Stop teasing. I'm really scared. Just thinking about those eyes behind the gap makes me terrified. Hung stopped teasing, but his eyes still confirmed my cowardice. At this moment, I secretly hoped that he would encounter a ghost to see if he would still be so bold. Perhaps he might end up crying. Right after that, we headed home. This was the first time in my life that I was heading home so late. With no electric lights, the path was dimly lit. I nervously said to Hung, I wonder when they'll install street lights here. It's too dark on this deserted road. It's nighttime. Eventually, there will be lights. Why are you so scared talking like that? You'll know fear when you walk alone. Why didn't you just go back instead of staying there? After midnight, that ghost is going to meet the girl from the homeowner's family one last time. Hearing that, I panicked. Oh, stop. Don't say anymore. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Suddenly, there was a clinking sound from a distance. I startled as a 3-wheeled vehicle approached with dim lights in the back. I quickly grabbed Hung's hand. It's late, and there are still people working. Hung squinted at the approaching 3-wheeled vehicle and replied, Did you think it was just the two of us? But I didn't say anything more after Hung's ambiguous statement. The feeling of having someone else on the road reduced the fear in my imagination. As the 3-wheeler got closer, its clinking sound and faint light flickered. Suddenly, it whizzed past us, but there was no one on it. It kept moving steadily, its pedals turning on their own. Ghost! Ghost! There's a ghost! I screamed and ran, with Hung also frightened and running after me. Oh my God! I was so scared I felt like fainting! The two of us ran back to the end of the alley, stopping at Aunt Hai's rice stall, gasping for air, our chests pounding with fear. Despite our fear of ghosts, for some reason, we both looked back. The 3-wheeler was still moving, turning its head, probably wanting to pass us and Hung again. Suddenly, a cat appeared, opening its mouth and meowing loudly. Hung quickly grabbed my hand, shouting, Run! Run! We ran with our heads down, running as fast as we could, not daring to look back. When we got home, Hung was trembling. Go to bed. I'll probably fetch the old man tomorrow. It's too late now. Now, are you scared? I told you, but you didn't believe me. Despite his trembling voice, Hung tried to act normal, smiling. It's been a while since I felt scared. You go inside, I'll watch out. Hung said it for real, waiting for me to go inside before returning home himself. I couldn't sleep all night. I lay awake, unable to close my eyes. Any small noise made me jolt awake. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Mr. Hung talked to the homeowner couple about the ghost's plea. After hearing it, the husband hurriedly asked, "Is it safe, sir? Our hour?" Mr. Hung nodded, then looked at the clock. "Trust me, it's almost midnight. Let's go outside and wait." Saying so, he walked to the four corners of the room, placing 4 arrowheads cut from ordinary writing paper on the floor. After setting them up, Mr. Hung mistakenly muttered a spell and walked out, closing the door. As if waiting for that moment, Hu's ghost appeared, gently approaching the homeowner's daughter who was sleeping peacefully. After a moment of silence, Hu's ghost gently placed a hand on the girl's head. "I'll never see you again. I wish I hadn't died." After saying that, the ghost burst into tears, its faint eyes fading away and disappearing in an instant. When everything returned to normal and the ghost was confirmed to be gone, Mr. Hung finally spoke to the homeowner couple. "Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the temple, even though our spirit is no longer residing in the fish egg tree, but I'll still be cautious and perform a ritual for the baby I'm carrying with me. We're grateful to you, sir. Thank you for your assistance. When the work is done, you and your spouse can buy some offerings and present them to the holy officials. Yes, our family is thankful to you. Today, after finishing my exam, I felt exhausted from all the studying. Now I can relax and wait for the results." Just as I turned into the alley, I met Hung, who was spinning and sticking a kite frame. Hung smiled and asked, "Did you do well on the test, buddy?" "Still calling me buddy, huh? I think it went fine. Why are you setting up the kite to fly in the afternoon?" "Yeah, I'm doing it for Than. He only likes the traditional kites. Are you up for a run tomorrow morning? Bring your badminton racket, we'll run a lap and then play." I hesitated. I just finished my exam. I want to sleep in for once. "Goodness, you'll turn into a pig from sleeping too much?" "You're ridiculous." I pretended to be angry and turned away. That evening, I went to his house to make pancakes. His girlfriend lives nearby and likes it. We hardly ever argue because he always lets me win. Aunt Hai treats me like both a daughter and a future daughter-in-law, so she's very indulgent. If there's a delicious dish, Aunt Hai saves it for me. It's a strange feeling. Every day I love him a little more, but I'm too shy to say I love you because every time I try to, I feel embarrassed. Although I wanted to sleep in, I put that aside to prepare the badminton racket to take for a morning run. As the night fell, I turned off the light and went into the room. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I suddenly heard him calling my name. "Min! Min! Are you awake?" I grabbed the alarm clock. It was 5:45. Strange. Did I sleep so deeply that I didn't hear the alarm? I groggily got up and replied, "Wait for me a moment." Outside, there was no sound. I hurriedly changed clothes, didn't even have time to brush my teeth before opening the door to go out. Suddenly, my mother upstairs called down. "Why are you up so early, dear?" "Oh, I have a morning run appointment with Hung." "It's not even dawn yet. Why would you run?" I glanced back at the clock on the wall once again and replied, "It's already 5 in the morning, Mom." "So fast? Your father and the kids just locked the door and went upstairs." "Oh well, do your exercises for good health. Remember to lock the door carefully." "Yes, Mom," I replied to my mother, locked the door carefully and went out. Outside the alley, Hung had been waiting for a while, but he had his cap pulled down. I found it strange and asked as I walked, "Hung, you're wearing your cap today?" Hung remained still and replied, "Yeah." "Let's jog to the newly built bridge and then play badminton. Why are you walking so slowly?" As soon as I finished speaking, Hung suddenly walked ahead. But when I walked ahead, he walked back. By this time, I was genuinely annoyed. "Don't play games with me." At this moment, Hung's voice rang out hurriedly. I'll go ahead, Mian. With that, he pulled the cap down even lower, so low that it covered his face completely. I was angry, so I walked ahead without saying anything else. As we approached the newly built bridge and the sky was still pitch black, every other time at this hour, people would be bustling about, so why was it so deserted today? I turned back to look at Hung, who was walking slowly with his head bowed low. His posture, the clothes he was wearing, made me feel disgusted. I became frustrated and ran back, snatched the cap off his head, and shouted loudly, "What's wrong, Hung? Take off your hat and talk to me." "Oh, no. Ghost. Help me, please. Help me." It felt like someone was strangling me, my throat tight and constricted. As the hat fell off, revealing a flat face with no eyes, no nose, no mouth, not even hair, I ran desperately, and the flat-faced figure behind me chased after. It ran with its hands raised, wanting to catch me. "Granddaughter, where are you rushing off to like this?" Suddenly, there was a voice from the alley nearby. I saw a group of people wearing worker hats. Without thinking, I ran towards them and shouted, "Help me, please! Running around at night, what are you doing? What if you run into bad people? Or, don't tell me you're being chased by a ghost." Hearing them hit the mark, I nodded. There's a ghost. Uncles. It came into my house and told me to run. One of the men handed me a glass of water and said, "Calm down, drink some water." We've seen things like this often around here. Fortunately, the sand barge arrived late today, so we came out here to wait. Otherwise, it might have pushed you off the bridge. You had an appointment with someone, right? "Yes, I was talking to a friend. I can't believe it. Thank you so much, uncles." "It's true. Now, stay here until it's light, then you can go home." He raised his hand to check his watch and continued, "It's only 2 in the morning." I was shocked. "What did you say? It's only 2 in the morning? Are you kidding me? A ghost came to your house at midnight and even knew your name. You must be very superstitious, so the ghost dared to do that. Let me get you a cup of hot ginger water to calm your nerves." "Thank you," I replied and sat huddled, trembling with fear. Remembering my mother's words, "Your siblings just went to bed upstairs. Why is it already dawn?" sent shivers down my spine. It was unbelievable that it could be a ghost because the clothes and the figure resembled Hung too much. I even snatched the hat off, which was made of fabric. At 4:30 in the morning, Hung stood outside his girlfriend's house and called out. Upstairs, Mian's mother heard and responded, "Oh, is that Hung, dear? Weren't you both out jogging since early morning?" "No, Aunt. I just got here." "Mian might have gone with Mr. Fan's group. Let me run to the newly built bridge to check." Hung replied and quickly ran towards the newly built bridge. He looked around but didn't see Mian and Mr. Fan's group anywhere. The market was bustling, making it difficult to spot anyone. They had made plans, and not keeping his word was not acceptable. "You're Hung, right?" Hung was snapped out of his thoughts by the voice nearby and quickly turned around. "You startled me, Uncle." "Mian, your friend, has been here with us since midnight. According to the neighbor's account, she might have been lured to the bridge by a ghost." "Oh my God. You're saying Mian was lured by a ghost?" "We're used to such things here. When Mian ran away, we saw it. She was running and looking back. We saw a rolling ball, and Mian insisted she saw a flat-faced ghost. She's quite superstitious. We think it might happen again." Hung understood what the uncle meant and realized that Mian probably forgot to bring the protective amulet. He would ask his grandmother about it when he got back. If this continued, it could affect her health and studies. I looked out from the alley and saw Hung still wearing the same clothes and hat. Why was it such a coincidence? When he saw me, Hung hurriedly ran back. I cried while speaking, "Are you a person or a ghost?" Hoo. Someone dressed like this called my name at night." "It's okay now. Don't cry, it's not good. Why were you wearing the hat and clothes today? Hick hick. Hung patted my shoulder. Perhaps he also didn't understand how ghosts could predict which outfit he would wear for the morning jog to disguise themselves. After thanking the uncles for their help, Hung and I headed home. It was from that moment I felt afraid, terrified of ghosts. It wasn't just a fear of spirits, but a fear that couldn't be described with words. On our way back, we stopped by Hung's grandmother's house. Seeing my pale face, Mr. Hung asked, "Is there something wrong with you two? Why do you look so pale?" Before I could say anything, Hung hastily spoke up. "Last night, Mian was lured by a ghost calling for my grandmother. But what's strange is that despite walking from the beginning of the alley to here, we're still being followed. I don't know how to explain this to you two, but from now on, if you hear someone calling your name at night, never respond." Trembling, I replied, "I won't jog in the morning anymore. Grandma." Hick, it disguised exactly like Hung, so similar. Remember my advice. When you feel a chilling sensation at night, press firmly on your middle finger like this. Mr. Hung demonstrated by pressing on his own finger for Hung and me to see. We quickly followed suit, but he shook his head. "Press harder until you feel pain. A white mark should appear on the top of your middle finger. Yes, just like that. And remember to always carry the protective amulet with you." Yes, I said I would, but kept forgetting. Let Grandma check and make another one for you to put under your pillow. Those who are superstitious often see ghosts. Saying this, Mr. Hung glanced at Hung and continued. "Hung, go to the backyard to pick 9 betel leaves. Then go to Mrs. Doan's house and ask her for an old pair of pants for Grandma." At the mention of Mrs. Doan, Hung shook his head in refusal. "I wouldn't dare to go to Mrs. Doan's house, Grandma. Last time, me and the guys were caught by her while climbing the wall and stealing mango branches." Seriously, you're all grown up, but still messing around with other people's stuff. Just go apologize and explain to her. Seeing Hung looking scared, even more than when encountering ghosts, made me burst out laughing. But I guess he was worried about me, so I tried to muster up the courage to go to Mrs. Doan's house. As we neared the place, I stopped and said to him, "Wait for me outside. Let me go in and ask her." "But why do you need Mrs. Doan's old pants, Hung?" Hung listened and grinned. "Grandma said it's for making an amulet, but only the waistband part will be used, and it has to be combined with betel leaves. Please help me get it. If she catches us again, our parents will be furious." That's life. You reap what you sow. But if it's old pants, it can be from anyone, not necessarily from Mrs. Doan. It's strange how there are so many malicious spirits around, isn't it? I don't know about that either. Just follow Grandma's advice. I once asked her, and she said, partly because people are still poor, so they don't worship the homeless souls, partly because of karmic obstacles, partly because we're superstitious, so they threaten us. Hick hick, homeless souls and karmic obstacles sound so serious. Another week passed, and on Saturday, we had planned to meet. When Hung saw me washing dishes, he stood outside the gate, whistling to signal that he was waiting. We saw each other every day, yet he still stood there eagerly waiting for our meeting time. Today, the weather was scorching hot without a breeze, and we sat at the entrance, sweating profusely. After mentioning our promise to announce our relationship publicly after I finished school, Hung said that his family would have a commemorative ceremony tomorrow, and he wanted to take this opportunity to announce our relationship to everyone in the family. Seeing my hesitation, Hung immediately said, "We're already together, so why hesitate? Eventually, our aunts and uncles will find out. To boost your spirits, I'll treat you to ice cream later." Hi-he, bringing out the ice cream to sweet-talk me, huh? But just the thought of passing through the bamboo thicket near the communal restroom makes me not want to go at all. The bamboo is thick, full of mosquitoes, and there are bugs in the compost bin. It's just too lazy to deal with. You're scared before anything even happens? I think someday we'll also ditch this communal restroom. Each household will have its own eventually. Hick, hick. I'm really scared. I stopped talking there, and suddenly the door of the communal restroom opened. Could there be someone inside? But no, if there was someone, they'd have a flashlight. And there's no wind either. Probably just the door coming loose from the latch. Hung seemed to guess my thoughts, so he grabbed my hand and urged me to go buy the ice cream. As we passed by the communal restroom, even though we tried to avoid it, Hung still bumped into it, causing him to stumble. Annoyed, Hung raised his voice. "Who's in there? I'm not kidding. No response." At this point, both Hung and I thought someone might be playing around, so we didn't say anything else and left. As we walked past the bamboo thicket to the fork in the road, Hung suddenly stopped. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to me. "I miss you so much." Before I could say anything, Hung hugged me tightly. The happiness leaning on his shoulder was also the moment I jolted when I saw a figure with long, flowing white hair sitting on top of the bamboo. It had only a mouth on its face, lifted its head to grin at me, and swayed its long, slender legs. I shuddered, stuttering. There's a white figure on the bamboo." Hung gently let go of me, looking towards the bamboo thicket and asking, "What did you say was up there? Are you trying to scare me?" A white ghost figure. Hick, hick. My face was drained of color as the mouth continued to grin, shaking the bamboo thicket with its hand, then playing a swinging game. In an instant, it vanished behind the communal restroom. Hung said I had a vivid imagination and then dragged me to the ice cream shop. I found myself back to normal after being scared earlier. Chatting with Hung made me forget it all. Hung handed me the ice cream box with a smile. "Please take this home and treat my in-laws to it. You're getting more cheeky by the day. You're already sweet-talking my parents before anything's even happened." The two of us walked back past the bamboo thicket, and suddenly the image of the white figure appeared again. I pressed my middle finger hard as Mr. Hung had instructed, feeling the pain, then whispered, "Su tuat done." As we passed the communal restroom, both Hung and I heard a sound like rolling up a newspaper and then tossing it down. Hung laughed, but I felt a shiver down my spine. Suddenly, a huge moth appeared. It flew out from that communal restroom. I was terrified, running with all four limbs, even throwing my plastic sandals into the house. I had no attention left to wonder if Hung had run too. My father, watching TV, said, "Is our big girl walking like those little kids now?" I quickly picked up the sandals, left the ice cream box on the table, and pretended nonchalantly, "Hung brought this ice cream for you and Mom. I have a stomachache. I'm going to rest for a bit." I replied hurriedly and quickly went inside to grab a blanket to wrap myself up. Early in the morning before going to work, my mother reminded me, "I soaked the laundry, dear. Later, wash it and sew up the tear in your father's pocket, okay?" "Yes, I'll do it soon." As my parents left for work, my little sister took her school books. I handed her the lunch bag and said, "Study well, and I'll buy you some candy when you come home for lunch. Deal?" My little sister seemed skeptical and raised her hand. "I'll remember, okay? But shake on it. Whoever breaks their promise has to do what I say, got it? You're just like a strict old lady." After finishing the laundry, I carried the basket of clothes up to the kitchen ceiling to dry, not noticing Hung standing on the rooftop flying a kite since when. Seeing me, he said with a tone, "Leave it there. I'll come over to hang it for the girlfriend. And don't forget the rainwater for her." The girlfriend is too spoiled. Did you already release the kite this early? No rainwater for you then. Do you like the rainwater? Someone's behind you. Ha ha. All right, you want someone behind you too? I'll get angry to show you my face. At noon, Hung teased me about the morning's threats. We went to his house as previously arranged for the memorial service. With me helping with cooking, everyone suspected that we were already dating. It was my first time going to the ancestral shrine, feeling both scared and curious about who Mr. Hung worships up there. The amulet I brought and the one I placed under my pillow were both consecrated here. Handing me the wine jug to offer to the ancestors, Hung said, "Not everyone gets to go up there. You're my favorite, you know. Because in the future, I'll be your daughter-in-law. You're already jealous even before anything happens." "I'm just envious now." Hung laughed mischievously and urged me to bring the wine jug up to his grandmother. In the ancestral shrine, Mr. Hung was arranging items in preparation for the ceremony. In the center of the shrine was a frame covered with white cloth, flanked by images of a fierce-faced person holding a knife and a hammer. The tiny red light flickered so much it was almost blinding. Perhaps because I wasn't yet considered part of the family, they treated me this way. Thinking so, I quickly went downstairs. When everyone was gathered, Hung sought permission to introduce me to everyone in the family. His youngest aunt spoke up. "When Mian was little, I knew immediately. I thought you two were just neighbors. Who knew?" I blushed while Hung beamed brightly. His family had quite a few members. His older brother was named Tien and his younger brother was Bu. They all practiced the profession of spiritual masters. Tien's house was near the cemetery in the alley, a place I rarely visited. It was said that this cemetery was established on abandoned land. In the past, during the wars, many people died from bomb explosions, and their bodies couldn't be found. There were rumors that people returning from work at night saw figures with long, flowing hair comforting babies on the graves. Because of our jokes, the kids and teenagers rarely came near us. Mr. Bu's house was right behind mine. Among the three brothers, Hung said Mr. Tien was the best at exorcism, followed by Mr. Hung. Whenever they encountered a demon, all three brothers had to work together to catch it. Hung had 4 younger brothers. Below him was Than, the youngest one whom Hung often helped fly kites. Than worked in mechanics with the dream of owning a small shop in the future. Hung's second and third brothers were both carpenters, the only sons of Mr. Tien. Below Hung's third brother was a sister living in Hong Kong. The youngest sister worked as a seamstress, hoping to become a renowned fashion designer. After eating and chatting, Hung's eldest brother brought out plates to the backyard. Smiling, he said, "Since we don't have daughters at home, let the future daughter-in-law help me out." "Sure. Just leave it to me. We used to be neighbors, but soon we'll be family, so let's get used to it. If Hung bullies you, remember to let me know." After speaking, the eldest brother went upstairs. I was happy because tonight I would officially meet Hung's family, so I washed the dishes with a smile on my face. Even though there were yellow lights in the yard now, it still seemed dark to me. I thought of calling Hung, but I heard the familiar sound of flip-flops going downstairs, accompanied by someone humming. Thinking it was Hung, I stopped and looked up. At the head of the drain, there was a man standing with his back turned. This figure seemed too familiar. It must be the eldest brother. The future sister-in-law is sitting here clueless. He's acting too casual. Thinking so, I bent down to finish washing the pile of dishes. A moment later, Hung came downstairs, and his father helped me put away the basket of freshly washed dishes, looking apologetic. Everyone was asking us questions, so I made it hard for you alone. I replied with a smile. As long as you love me, that's all that matters. Saying that, Hung and I went upstairs. By chance, I glanced towards the drain and still saw the figure of the eldest brother standing with his back turned. Why is he taking so long to pee? Upstairs, Hung's family was still chatting. Suddenly, the second brother exclaimed, "The new daughter-in-law must be exhausted today." My heart pounded loudly. I was startled to see Hung's second brother sitting next to Mr. Tin. I hadn't seen him come in from outside. How did he get here so quickly? At that moment, I knew who I had encountered. I stayed for a while before asking to leave. Hung noticed my strange behavior, but as he escorted me to the gate, he finally asked, "You've seemed different since washing the dishes. Is everything okay?" I shook my head. "Don't worry about me. I must have caught a chill or something. My hands and feet feel freezing." "Oh my, and you didn't say anything to me." Concerned, Hung held my hand, and indeed it felt as cold as ice. "You should go home and take medicine. I'll hurry back, otherwise my family will worry." "Okay," I replied and headed home. Even though I was already at my house, I still felt afraid. The image of the man standing with his back towards the drain kept haunting me. Could it be that someone as timid as me would keep encountering ghosts? A few days later, I received the news of passing the teacher training school entrance exam. I cried tears of joy, feeling like a child who just told their father the good news. The future of standing on the teaching podium was not far off anymore. Knowing that the salary would be low, but after graduation, I would ask relatives to help me get a job at a school nearby to stay close to my family and loved ones. Because the school was far from home, I stayed in the dormitory. On weekends, sometimes Hung would come to visit, or else I would return home. The busy study schedule made me no longer have time to think about ghosts, and I wasn't scared anymore. Today, after finishing classes early, I packed a few books and a jacket into my backpack and headed to the bike shed. When I entered school, my parents saved up to buy me a bicycle, so I took great care of it. I always carried the key with me wherever I went. Not just me, but all my classmates were cautious like that. Anyone who owned a bike was just as careful. As I entered the duty room, I went to the security guard and handed him the key. "This week, the entire duty room is going home. Please keep an eye out for us. You guys can go back without worries. Even ghosts wouldn't dare to come here after dark." But wait a minute. The security guard said before leaving, holding a package of peanut candy in his hand. "Here's a package of candy that was just sent to me under the banyan tree in the temple. Take it home as a gift for your little sister." "Thank you so much, sir." I took the package of candy and quickly rode my bike home. The thought of meeting my family and seeing my brother made me very happy. On the way back, crossing the railway tracks, I managed to avoid a big rock, but accidentally slipped and dropped one of my shoes. Quickly applying the brakes and stopping the bike, I ran back to retrieve it when suddenly I heard a voice. "Help! Help me, please!" I looked up, and in the middle of the railway tracks, there was a woman holding a child tightly covered by a white hat. Walking barefoot with the shoe I had just picked up, I hurried back. "Ma'am, did you call for help? But why are you and your child sitting in the middle of the railway tracks? It's very dangerous. The train is coming." The woman lowered her head and spoke in a sad voice. "Could you help me and the child cross to the other side?" "Yes, of course. Wait here while I get my bike and I'll take you back. Please sit on the sidelines in case the train comes," I said, planning to help the woman and her child, but suddenly there was the sound of barking dogs. Before I could turn around, the woman had already picked up the child and sat on the roadside steps. Strange. If she knew it was dangerous, why didn't she sit there earlier instead of waiting for me to speak? Thinking this, I quickly ran to get my bike. Looking at the child covered up so tightly, I wanted to pull the hat down. It felt suffocatingly tight. Suddenly, meeting the gaze of the woman, I startled and pretended to ask, Where do you live? And why are both you and your child sitting here, ma'am?" Hearing my question, the woman, with a sorrowful expression, just pointed to her own feet. "I live at the intersection over there. But when I walked here, for some reason, my feet got stuck on this railway track. I tried everything to free them, but couldn't, so I had to sit and wait for someone to help. Whirls. I waited and waited until I finally met you. Oh my goodness, poor auntie. It's terrible. So many people passed by, but no one helped. Being stuck like that must be painful. Auntie, let me carry the baby for you. Auntie, you managed to. You're so kind. Even though I couldn't see the child clearly, they were still covered by the white hat. But now there was some leakage, so I quickly took off my jacket and handed it to the woman. Take this to keep warm, and I'll take you back on my bike, because I noticed you didn't bring anything. Thank you so much, dear. I was in such a hurry that I didn't have time to grab anything. Hearing her words, I didn't ask anything further. As soon as I turned my bike around, I saw her standing right next to me. I gasped, "Oh, you startled me. Hold on tight to me, Auntie." I didn't hear a response. Going downhill along the railway track, the bike felt heavier than usual, but I kept riding back. As I rode, I kept looking down at the front wheel to see if it was flat, but why did the bike seem to want to stop? Sweating profusely, I looked back, saw the wheel, but didn't see the woman's feet. I immediately said, "Auntie, if carrying the baby is too heavy, just tell me. It's easy to lose balance like this." Okay, Auntie is fine. You'll reach the intersection and then turn right into the alley with the flagpole. Yes, I replied, putting all my effort into pedaling. The bike felt really heavy today. Could it be because the oil needed changing? When I reached the intersection and turned right, there was indeed an alley with a flagpole planted there. Turns out this alley had a funeral procession. With a voice that sounded like she was about to cry, the woman spoke behind me. "My home is there. Thank you for taking me and my mother home. Auntie will return this jacket to you later." "Sure, anytime, Auntie. But, Auntie, the alley is too crowded. I probably can't ride my bike in. But with your feet like that, how could you possibly?" I trailed off, suspending my words because recalling the woman's stuck feet on the railway track made me doubt. If her feet were stuck, then how could she manage to sit on the roadside steps? And then standing right next to me when I turned my bike around. Oh my goodness, is this kid riding a bike like that? The sound of a motorcycle zooming past alongside the man's voice made me wobble and almost fall. I hurriedly replied, "I'm sorry. Seriously, riding a bike and hanging your jacket like that, what are you thinking?" He said and then revved off. I took heed of his words and pedaled faster to take the woman and her mother back. Upon reaching the alley, the people watching over the family's vehicles blocked my path. "Park your bike outside and come in to pay respects, young one?" "Uncle, let me in for a moment. I'll bring Auntie and her mother back and then leave." "Who did you say you were taking Auntie back?" "Auntie is carrying her baby behind me. Why are you asking such strange questions, Uncle?" I quickly got off the bike in frustration, but to my surprise, neither the woman nor her mother was behind me. I immediately explained, "I clearly brought her here. When did she get off, and how didn't I notice? Could she have gone inside already, Uncle?" The man shook his head. "I've been sitting here since a while ago, and it's just been you, young one." Without further inquiry, I left the bike there and rushed inside to look. Auntie mentioned that their house was currently holding a funeral, so I boldly entered. Oh my goodness, I was horrified to see her and the tiny baby. Thick incense smoke filled the air, relatives with reddened eyes welcoming mourners. In a state of utter terror, I ran back to the men, crying as I spoke, It's her. She asked me to take her home. Hoo-hoo! Her mother was killed by a train. Perhaps she wanted you to bring her soul and the baby back. The funeral should have been held at the home, but..." My ears were buzzing as I hastily pedaled away without a drop of blood left. A voice called from behind, breaking through. "Hey kid, wait up, is this jacket yours?" I turned back and saw the jacket I had given to Auntie earlier. Oh, my mother. Spirits should ascend to the heavens. Why did I come back to retrieve it, almost fainting from fear? In the morning, Hung was getting ready to take goods to the rice stall. When he passed by and saw me, he seemed surprised. "When did you get back without me knowing?" "I came back yesterday. I had some homework to finish, so I didn't stop by." As we spoke, Aunt Hai arrived, so he quickly pushed the rice cart out of the alley. Hung probably guessed that I was lying. Usually, when I come back, I often surprise him. Luckily, I managed to pedal home. I couldn't believe that I had transported a ghost who was killed by a train. They say those who die like that, their souls will forever linger around the accident site. If I had brought Auntie and her mother back, does that mean they are no longer hungry or thirsty ghosts? Helping them is a good deed, so why should I be afraid? Sigh, I comforted myself, but goosebumps still rose all over me. After breakfast, my little sister and I went to the market. She was very excited. "Sister, buy cinnamon rolls for us to play cooking with." "Sure, I'll buy them later." After our chat, we turned into a side alley to take a shortcut, avoiding the main road where I might bump into Uncle and Aunt Hai, which made me feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, ahead, there were Lone and Jiang, friends who used to jog with me. They were playing a traditional game, and when they saw me, they called out, "When did you get back, Min?" "I came back yesterday. How come you guys are playing so early?" Jiang approached and held my hand, smiling. "It's a day off. Sometimes we reminisce about our childhood. We'll have stories to tell our grandchildren." "Don't worry about us. Hurry up and get married so we can attend your weddings." "I have a boyfriend like Hung, probably been together for a long time." Haha. "Anyway, go to the market, and when you come back, stop by. I'll give you some fruits." In the early afternoon, as I was reviewing my book, Hung came by and brought me a bag of grapefruits. I knew these fruits were only available at Mrs. Don's house. I nodded and pretended to ask, "You bought grapefruits for me again today?" "I just pruned the tree at Mrs. Don's house." "You guessed right. Maybe you should ask her to pick some for us to see." Hearing that, Hung scratched his head and chuckled. "Just to steal some for my honey, huh? Don't you also like these?" I nodded, playing along because I was used to his phrase, honey, and replied, I like them, but next time don't steal them, okay? Out of respect? I'll eat them all, hehe. You understand me too well. Okay, I'm off. See you tonight." After saying that, Hung left right away. Admittedly, the grapefruits looked amazing. Add some chili salt and they would be delicious. Suddenly, I heard a thud against the wall along with Hung's urgent voice. Min, open the door for me. There's Mrs. Don." I hurried to open the gate and Hung rushed into the kitchen, holding a mango branch with fresh bruises. He glanced through the window, listening intently. Just then, the wooden clogs of Mrs. Don echoed as she entered, making Mick bark loudly. Mrs. Don spoke loudly. "Does Hai live here? Hey, Hai!" A moment later, Hung's father came out. "What's the matter, ma'am? Tell your son Hung to stop breaking branches and stealing fruit with those neighborhood boys. I've told him countless times, but he still won't quit this habit." I couldn't help but laugh at everything I saw and heard. Hung was still sneakily peering at Mrs. Don through the kitchen window. He blushed and stayed silent until she left before daring to come back. After dinner, I went to Hung's house. On the table, there was a plate of peeled mangoes and a bowl of chili salt, looking very tempting. I glanced at Hung, subtly reminding him of the afternoon incident. Hung chuckled. "Don't eat them later, okay?" I nodded and then looked down. Mike wagged his tail happily. "Mike still remembers you, sis." Mick, whom Hung's family had only started fostering a few months ago, was very smart. Hung went to the back of the pigsty to fetch the old watering can, then turned to me and said, Shall we go get some food for the pigs from Mrs. Hung's, my dear? Is Mrs. Hung the one from Mr. Boo's house, right? Hung nodded, and then we proceeded. We walked past the shared bathroom with dense bamboo bushes. But this time, there were light bulbs here. The path was no longer dim. Hung looked at me and said, "No more fear. Tomorrow, when we cut down the bamboo, it will be as bright as day." I hope so too. Hick hick. When we reached Mrs. Hung's house gate, instead of turning in, Hung pulled me a little further. Then we shared a long kiss. After those tender moments, I gently pushed Hung away. Thankfully, there's no one around. If someone saw us, it would be embarrassing. We love each other. Why worry? I'm talking about just now. Let's go to Mrs. Hung's before it gets late. Saying so, I walked ahead and Hung hurriedly followed. Our love was simple. It wasn't like what my friends often talked about. Suddenly, there was a dog lying curled up blocking the way. Its posture looked like Mike, so I quickly ran back to Hung and said, "There's a dog ahead that looks just like Mike, darling. When we left, it was at home." Hung also found it strange. He squinted and then replied, "Yes, it's Mike. Probably followed us here." With that, Hung held my hand and walked a bit closer to Mick. He tried to push it away with his foot, but the dog didn't turn back or bite. He then shouted, "What's wrong today, Mike? Go home and watch the house. Hurry up!" This time, it turned around. Its red eyes and sharp teeth, along with its growling, made Hung startled. "Oh my, it's not Mike!" The dog got up as if it wanted to chase and bite us. Hung quickly threw the watering can towards it and pulled me, urging me to run. Luckily, a neighbor's door was open, so we ran straight in, gasping for breath. The neighbor, noticing our distressed state, asked, "Why do you two look so pale?" A ghost. It's chasing us. Uncle, please take us in." Hick hick. Encountering those teenagers' ghost pranks again. Come in, and I'll take you home. The neighbor spoke, then escorted Hung and me back home. We hurriedly locked the door and looked outside to see if the dog was still chasing us. Oh my. We were just supposed to get food for the pigs, and here we are standing like this. Dihai's voice startled both Hung and me. Seeing Mick coming out of the pen, wagging its tail, Hung trembled and said, It's chasing us. The only ghosts here are in your heads. Go inside and let me fetch the food bucket. You're old enough to not be afraid of ghosts." The next morning, I arranged to play a game of Owen Kwan with Jiang and Lone. Little Jiang eagerly drew the squares in chalk. "Let's start. Whoever loses gets a mark on their pot." "Agreed, agreed." While we were playing, an ant approached as if searching for something. After a while, she came up to us and asked, "Can you kids tell me which alley Mr. Ma-Catching Ghost lives in?" I stopped arranging the squares, looked up, and replied, "Sure, there are 3 alleys. Do you want to ask Mr. Tien, Mr. Hung, or Mr. Boo?" "Oh, right, it's Mr. Tien." "Then go to the alley with the silk cotton tree. That's where Mr. Tien lives." The ant followed my direction, thanked me, and quickly walked away. That night, after packing my bag for school the next day, I went to bed early. I always reminded myself to try my best and not disappoint my parents and Hung. With that thought in mind, I drifted into sleep, unaware of when it happened. Mian, oh. Suddenly, I heard someone calling my name. I woke up and checked the alarm clock. It was 1:30 in the morning. I started to feel scared because the voice calling my name was clearer now. "Mian, hey Mian, wake up. Let's play Oan Kwan. Mian, come on. Get up. Are you going to make me keep calling you like this?" I pulled the blanket tightly over me. It was indeed Jiang's voice. I was so scared that I felt like crying. How could her voice be so clear when my little sister was sleeping soundly right next to me? Then, I suddenly remembered the talisman that Mr. Hung had given me. Oh, no, I had left it at the dormitory. What should I do now? "Mian, hurry up, we're waiting for you." The voice calling my name felt closer with each repetition, as if it was at the window next to my bed. but then it seemed to be at the door where the rainwater seeped in. "Mian, come on." Now the voice was at the main door. I curled up next to my little sister, trying to reach out with my hand, but it couldn't quite make it. Sweat poured down like a river, and I quickly pressed my middle finger hard, murmuring, "Su twat done." I repeated it over and over until the feeling slowly faded away. "Now, are you going to school, Mian? The sun is already high up in the sky," I heard my mother's voice, and I opened my tired eyes. "Mom." You are? You're not up yet? Here's 20,000 dong for you to buy some food. Take care of yourself up there." My mother said before leaving for work to make it on time. Remembering the events of last night, I felt a shiver down my spine. I'm so weak. What should I do? Hung brought over a jar of sesame salt and escorted me to Aunt Hai's rice stall. Adjusting my backpack straps, he said softly, "Be careful on the way. I'll visit you next week." "Yes, I know. Take care of yourself at home. Whenever you have time, please visit my parents and help me out." Silly. That's my responsibility. I laughed and waved goodbye to him before riding away on my bike. As I crossed the train tracks, I felt like someone was watching me. Suddenly, I noticed a jacket lying on the roadside. But it looked just like the one I had given to the deceased aunt and her child. Recalling the incident of escorting them home, I no longer felt the same fear that had made me sweat profusely. Everything seemed half real, half illusory, gradually convincing me that there was indeed another world. Because of destiny, I was able to see my aunt and the child. They were just seeking help to cross over, not intending to threaten or harm me. I stopped the bike, walked back to the roadside, and picked up the jacket. There was not a single stain on it. Folding the jacket neatly into my backpack, I rode to the nearby grocery store and bought a packet of biscuits. I was going to visit Aunt's house. I could already smell the incense as I approached the alley. I called out softly in front of the house, and a man in his 30s came out. On the altar, the photos of Aunt and her child brought tears to my eyes. It turned out that Aunt had accidentally slipped onto the railway track while carrying the child. Despite the approaching train, she had tried to free her foot and was crushed. Their bodies were mutilated beyond recognition. The perplexing thing was, at that hour of the accident, there were many people on the road. Why didn't they see and help? Were they all blinded by ghosts? Listening to the heartbreaking story, I hoped for the liberation of Aunt and her child's souls under there. Back at school, I went to the duty room and handed the bag of fruits to the security guard. He smiled and said, "You always bring gifts, huh? Thank you. By the way, some of your friends just left. They left a packet of biscuits for you to have." The security guard spoke and handed me the keys and the packet of biscuits. Something didn't feel right. The packet of biscuits. This morning, I lit incense for Aunt and her child, and now the security guard is giving me biscuits again. Sigh. I'm overthinking again. I went to the bike shed, locked my bike securely, and then climbed up to the dormitory. But it felt like someone was following me. Why did I keep feeling a presence behind me? When I stopped, the footsteps stopped too. When I ran, the footsteps became louder and more frequent. Thinking it was just my neighboring friends playing around, I shouted loudly, "Who's following me? I'm not afraid, so stop trying to scare me." Silence filled the space. I leaned over and looked down the stairs. There was no one there. Or was it a ghost? Perhaps after encountering the spirits of my aunt and the child, I became sensitive to such noises. I quickly turned back and hurried up the stairs, still hearing the footsteps chasing me. Upon reaching my room, I couldn't unlock the door. I tried to calm myself, but sweat continued to pour down like rain. Even during the day, I was haunted by ghosts. Su twat dun. I whispered to myself and pressed my middle finger hard until I no longer heard the footsteps chasing me. Wiping the sweat, I leaned against the railing and took a deep breath, then suddenly glanced down at the courtyard below. On the other side of the dividing wall, there was a row of apricot trees, and I faintly saw a hammock swaying gently, but no one was sitting on it? Or was I mistaken? Why are you acting like you've seen a ghost? My best friend Hoa's voice startled me from beside. I quickly replied, nothing. I just got back to the room. Hoa reached out to touch my forehead, startled. Good heavens, are you feeling dizzy? You're sweating so much. It's okay, Hoa. Must be because of the long journey. I just need some rest, and I brought some fruit and biscuits for you guys, I said, handing my backpack to Hoa. College students are like that. They hear about treats, and the dormitory buzzes with excitement. Leaving Hoa and the others to slice the fruit, I took the basin and went downstairs to wash my face and freshen up. As I descended the corridor, I heard the sound of running water. They probably forgot to turn it off after using it. They'll have to skip breakfast to pay for the water bill this month. Sitting down and putting the basin under the tap, I splashed water on my face. I tightened the faucet and checked the plumbing thoroughly before going back upstairs. But after a few steps, I heard the sound of water dripping again. Strange. Could the faucet be broken? I turned back, and as I suspected, the faucet was dripping. I tightened it again before heading upstairs. But even after turning around, the sound of dripping water continued. This time, I didn't bother to check and decided to go down to inform the security guard to call a repairman. As I walked out, I couldn't help but glance down at the courtyard again. On the other side of the school's dividing wall, the folded hammock was still there. It swayed for a moment and then suddenly disappeared. Mian, what took you so long? Hoa's voice snapped me back to reality as I walked back to my room. I went downstairs to call someone to fix the faucet. Leaving it like this will waste water and cost us money until the end of the month, I explained. Why call someone to fix it if there's nothing wrong? We've been using it normally since morning, Hoa replied. I didn't say anything and listened carefully to see if I could hear any leaking water. Absolutely nothing. I went into the kitchen, had a few pieces of fruit, and then lay down on my bed. Under the pillow was the talisman that Mr. Hung had given me. I also had another one in my backpack, but it seemed like it wasn't enough to ward off the haunting spirits. Time passed by. Sometimes I would still be haunted by sounds associated with ghosts, shattering my mental state. But there were also times when there was nothing to suggest any presence of ghosts. Hung and I were still in love as we were on the first day. He had now mastered the art of studying with the master, and we were just waiting for me to finish school so we could move in together. Preparing for graduation exams, I was assigned to do my internship at a school in the Highlands. I heard that it was still poor, lacking teachers, and that students faced difficulties in learning to read and write. So, students doing their internship were usually sent there in large numbers. My parents were worried, but supportive, while Hung was the opposite. He said, "There are many schools nearby. Why didn't you ask? Going so far, I'm worried." The teachers already assigned it. I did ask, but when it was my turn, I trailed off. "But I'm really worried. There are a lot of ghosts up there," Hung said, shaking his head. I laughed. "You're just scaring me. After a few months and with the talisman from Grandma, what is there to fear? I'm used to encountering ghosts now. I'm not scared anymore." Hung shook his head. "I'm not joking, not to mention if you get cursed again." I understood what Hung meant, but what could I do now? If I didn't do my internship, how would I graduate? Perhaps Hung was really worried, which is why he informed Grandma. So that very day, he took me to meet Mr. Hung. Mr. Hung gave me many instructions, but the most important thing was to bring a bag of chili peppers. Surprised, I quickly asked him, "Do I really have to bring the bag of chili peppers, Grandma?" "But I can't eat spicy food." "If you try a little bit, it's still good. During your time there, you'll surely be invited to someone's house for a meal. Even if you can't eat chili peppers, just leave a few out. It means letting the host know. In case they want to curse you, they will immediately discard the food." "I hear you, but I find it hard to believe, Grandma." "Hick, hick." Mr. Hung nodded. "Some curses can be fatal if they smell the taste of chili peppers. If you leave chili peppers out, the host will understand that we know about this type of curse, so they won't dare to curse anymore."
Yes, sir.
Also, bring along a box of yellow star anise and garlic cloves. These two combined will protect you when you feel uneasy. The forests are where many ghosts play, so we have to be cautious. After that meal, a few weeks later, I bid farewell to my family and Hung to go on my internship. Our internship group consisted of 6 people, 2 males and 4 females. With Hoa, my close friend in the group, I felt somewhat less worried. The school in the village had accommodation for teachers right next door, and there were also houses around, although they were far apart due to the dense forest. We were interning to teach 1st grade. There were many children here, but too few teachers, so everything was in chaos. It was truly exhausting. Our girls' group room, where we rested and spent our leisure time outside of teaching hours, had 2 beds. Hoa and I shared one bed next to the window, while the other 2 friends had the bed near the front door. After teaching and attending meetings all day, when I returned to the room, I didn't bother changing. I quickly lay down on my friend's bed because it was cold, and I was too lazy to close the window. Hoa noticed and chuckled. "Look at the lazy teacher. It's only just past 5 p.m., but it's already so dark, and it's cold too, huh, Mien? It's so cold, that's why I'm being lazy. Close the window for me." I replied briskly and turned to walk out. Suddenly, Hoa spoke up. "Help me out, Mien. The door is stuck on something. Why can't we close it properly? It's probably Nam and Tu messing around, holding the door, aren't they? Too free, huh?" I replied and reluctantly got up to help Hoa lean over to look outside through the iron bars to see if it was indeed Nam and Tu. Seeing a hand, I said to Hoa, "My guess wasn't wrong. It startled me. Are they not tired after teaching and still want to play tricks on others?" As I spoke, I raised my voice. "We're not kidding, okay?" No response from Nam and Tu. Suddenly, the door was pushed halfway open, and I could still see 5 fingers clinging to it. At this point, Hoa, frustrated, ran back to the corner of the house to grab a broomstick and hit the iron bars. The hand still clung so tightly that we couldn't bear the teasing of our friends anymore. Hoa used both of her hands to touch the other hand, trying to remove it. But as soon as she touched it, Hoa trembled and said incoherently, "Why? Why is the hand so limp? Like water?" I panicked. "What are you saying? The hand is so limp. Oh my God, could it be a ghost's hand?" Hoa fainted and fell onto me, and outside the window, the hand disappeared. After that day, the window near the bed was always tightly closed. Hoa and I requested a room transfer, but there was no room better than the one we were in. Remembering Mr. Hung's advice, I gave Hoa some garlic cloves and split the box of yellow star anise. We agreed to keep this matter secret from everyone else because we were afraid that speaking out would cause everyone to be afraid and affect many issues in this internship. At the end of the internship, our group stayed behind for a discussion. The supervisor finished reviewing the report and then said, "Well done, everyone. I'll add extra points after we have the thesis. Today, the whole group is invited to the village chief's house for lunch. Principal Huan is also the chief's son, so it's nothing strange. At the end of the internship, you all did an excellent job. Does anyone here volunteer to teach here? You'll get a permanent position right away." The whole group fell silent. Seeing this, the supervisor asked again, You don't want to stay? Why is there no opinion at all? Hoa spoke up timidly at this moment. We want to go back to be closer to your family, ma'am. It's too far up here. The supervisor didn't ask any further, and then we also went back to our room to prepare. That noon, we would all go to Principal Hohn's house for a meal that the village chief graciously offered. When we left, I took the dried chili bag and the half-split box of star anise and some garlic cloves. Principal Hohn's house was about a mile from the school, but it was a mountain road surrounded by dense trees. Before the meal, I handed the dried chili bag to my friends and said, "Just a little bite, and you won't get hit by the wind in case you encounter poisonous wind." Nam and Tu chuckled sarcastically at my bluff, but still put it in their mouths. Maybe they noticed my actions, so the eyes of the village chief and Principal Hohn looked a bit different. Could it be that they wanted to bewitch us to stay and teach here? I quickly put a big piece of chili in my mouth and bit it directly on my tongue. Someone must be talking about me. I thought we could go back to our room by late afternoon, but just after the sunset, Taejuan brought out a jar of homemade wine to treat us. It was our first time seeing it, so we were all curious to taste it. So we got lost in stories and forgot about time. The sky was pitch black now, and Nam spoke up. "It's late, everyone. Let's head back." Taejuan didn't stop us either. He went inside to get some flashlights and said, "It's dark now, so students, take these flashlights to light your way." The supervisor took them and smiled, saying, "Thank you, sir. With that, I'll ask my students to leave. It was a great day today. See you tomorrow morning at school." She finished speaking, then turned to Nam and Tu. "Tu and Nam, you go last, the girls in the middle, and I'll go first to shine the light on the road. Otherwise, we might end up spending the night in the forest." "Are we going last, miss? Shouldn't men let women go last? Hey, take a flashlight each and shine it to reduce fear," the supervisor said and handed flashlights to Nam and Tu. Seeing Nam still showing fear, Principal Hohn spoke up. "Or should I go back with everyone?" Nam happily jumped up when he heard that. "Yes, please, sir. Please go back with us. We're really scared of ghosts." "Where are the ghosts that you're scared of?" "Everyone, take a flashlight and go ahead. I'll follow behind. I know the way, so I don't need to use one." After that, we said goodbye to the village chief and headed home. We all walked in a line. The night in the highlands was dark and cold. With the fog, it made the weather even colder. After walking for a bit, Nam's voice trembled. "It's so dark." Tu, walking ahead, snapped, "Goodness, don't interrupt like that when walking at night. It might scare others." "Let's sing, guys, our class's performance." Hoa responded after hearing that. "How can we sing like this? I'm too scared." And remember, don't call each other's names. The ghosts might follow. As soon as Hoa finished speaking, Nam shouted, "Oh my God, and you're talking about it again. I'm about to pee in my pants. Can you stop it? It's not helping at all." Hoa didn't say anything more, just grabbed my hand and urged me to hurry. Although no one defined or explained ghost stories, the feeling of fear overwhelmed our spirits. Suddenly, Nam screamed. The supervisor stopped. "What's going on, kids? Miss, someone is pulling me back." Who is pulling?" The supervisor and all of us shining flashlights saw Nam stuck in the dense bushes behind. The supervisor looked surprised. "Wait, why did you go there?" Nam sniffled. "Someone clearly pulled me back and pushed me into the bushes." Principal Hohn walked over to help Nam out of the bushes, looked around, and then said, "Nam, are you playing tricks on me and everyone else? I'm behind you. How could I have pushed you?" Nam hesitated, not knowing how to explain to the supervisor and his classmates. He quickly walked up ahead with a pale face, devoid of any color. At this point, Nam and Tu switched positions with each other. seeing Nam sneakily looking around, too teased from behind. We're already so scared, so stop scaring us, buddy. You look so terrified, it's hilarious. Nam snapped back. Someone really pulled and dragged me. I couldn't break free. Luckily, I managed to shout, otherwise I'd be lost forever now. Why are you saying such scary things? We have the supervisor and everyone with us, and yet you act like you're abandoned alone in the wilderness. I'm not joking. Just wait until you experience it yourselves. Listening to Tu and Nam's exchange, the supervisor spoke up. We're almost there. Nam, don't scare your friends. If someone is pulling, they should be pulling me because I'm the one at the back. Nam fell silent, not saying anything more because even the supervisor thought he was playing tricks to scare his friends. Suddenly, the wind picked up, getting stronger as if a storm was about to hit. Thunder and lightning resounded, shaking the mountains. In the pitch-black night, a streak of light illuminated the trees, creating an eerie atmosphere that startled everyone. Hoa trembled, clinging onto my hand. I'm so scared. I don't want to experience this again. I was just as terrified, trying to reassure my friend. We're almost there. If we don't harm anyone, no one will harm us. While comforting Hoa, I silently recited the year of the snake, the dog, and the tiger. At the same time, the supervisor urged us, hurry up, guys. If it rains, we'll all get soaked. Yes, ma'am. We all replied and started running together. Feeling the chilling cold on my hands, I quickly told Hoa, rub the matches together to warm up. How can I do that while running? There's no time to stop now. Keep going. Hoa and I stopped exchanging words. We both exerted all our efforts to run, hoping to reach our room quickly. Suddenly, the supervisor stopped, shining the flashlight ahead. Her voice filled with surprise. There's a fire ahead, kids. When we passed by here earlier, I didn't see any houses. Why is there someone there now? Mr. Hohn's voice came from below. The locals must be burning wood to keep warm, ma'am. If you're cold, gather some firewood and light it up. It's gotten quite chilly today, but I didn't see any houses when we passed by earlier. Mr. Hohn didn't respond, and the supervisor hesitated for a moment before instructing the group to turn slightly towards the fire. As we approached, the flames flickered and then suddenly died down, only to flare up again along with the crackling sound of burning wood. Suddenly, Nam exclaimed loudly, "There's someone really there, ma'am?" Mr. Hohn's voice sounded somewhat cheerful as he hastily replied, "I told you it's just the locals lighting a fire. But why would they light a fire when it's about to rain, sir? It's not that cold. Let's warm up the kids. They can't handle the cold as well as adults. Let's go in for a bit. It's not often we get this opportunity. After tomorrow, everyone will be heading back down." Mr. Hohn finished speaking when an old lady leaning on a cane came out. She waved her hand. "Come in, kids, and chat with this old lady for a bit. It's been a long time since we've had guests." The supervisor and our group quickly greeted her and went inside, although we didn't want to. The old lady brought out chairs for each of us to sit around the fire. It was cold, but with the warmth of the fire, it felt so cozy. I rubbed my hands together and then wiped both sides of my cheeks. The night sky was pitch black with tiny flames flickering intermittently. I leaned close to Hoa and whispered, "What kind of fire is that, shooting up into the sky like that?" Hoa looked up. "Huh, strange. But could it be ghost lights?" "Oh my, you keep mentioning that word at this hour. Please, don't say any more. Chew on some garlic to get rid of that talk." I quickly searched in my bag and took out some garlic cloves and the jar of resin, then said, "Rub some resin on your neck and chest to mix these two scents together." And what about the supervisor and the others? Let's take care of ourselves first, to spread the scent, and hopefully the ghosts will smell it. It would be a waste of time to tell the supervisor, and Mr. Hohn will just say this and that again, like he did at noon. The others might not believe us and might even affect our careers if they hear. Better safe than sorry. After that, Hoa and I did some tricks that Mr. Huang had taught me when dealing with ghosts. Even though I didn't understand why we had to do that, it helped me reduce the feeling of fear. After warming up for a while, Mr. Huang stood up and said, "I'll take you and the kids back now. The school is just down that hill, everyone. You can sit with the old lady for a bit and then head back later." The supervisor handed the flashlight to Mr. Huang and replied, "My students and I thank you. I'll send you the flashlight back tomorrow, okay?" Mr. Huang nodded and left. The thin old lady then asked, "Will the teacher and students go back down tomorrow?" "Yes, the internship is over and the students are going back to school to focus on graduation. Then, whoever wants to come back up here can. My daughter also wants to study a lot, but there's no opportunity, right, teacher? If she comes to school, Mr. Huang and the elders in the village will help." The old lady shook her head. She came before, but it was too difficult, so she quit halfway. Listening to the old lady, the supervisor looked around. "Does she have a house?" "Yes, both of them are sitting in front of you, teacher." Following the direction indicated by the old lady, which was near the fire where we were sitting, but why didn't my friends and I see them when we came in? There were two girls in white dresses with long hair sitting with their backs turned, seemingly combing their hair. The supervisor, finding it strange, asked, "Why are you combing your hair so late? It's like you're catching lice." The old lady replied softly, "My younger one has a lot of lice, teacher. Whenever she's free, her sister picks them out. Otherwise, the lice will suck all the blood." Suddenly, there was a clear tapping sound from somewhere, making all of us startle. "Looks like it's raining, teacher. Let's go back." The old lady's voice hurriedly rose. "Not yet. It's difficult to rain with thunder and lightning like this. Even if it does, it'll be at night." But we heard a sound like tapping. "Oh, it's just my daughter picking out lice. The little pests bite, and it's quite annoying. Ha ha ha." The old lady laughed, but I felt a chill down my spine. Goosebumps erupted all over my skin. This feeling, it's right. Every time I encounter a ghost, it appears. Suddenly, one of the old lady's daughters sitting above waved her hand towards the supervisor, but didn't turn her head. "Sister, there are too many lice here. Can you help me with my hair again?" The girl sitting cross-legged below raised her head, her hair covering her face completely. After a while, without hearing anything from the supervisor, the old lady shook her body. "Teacher, please help my daughter. She might die. There are so many lice today." "Yes," the supervisor replied and walked over. I secretly grabbed her, but only touched the back of her shirt. As if someone had whispered to me, I also stood up and followed. At this moment, I no longer felt afraid. Standing next to the supervisor, I looked at the two daughters of the old lady, but couldn't see their faces. The supervisor stepped back, put the two daughters next to the old lady, and touched their hair. "Your hair is too much. It's only visible in the morning, not like this in the dark." A voice replied, "I also want that, but it takes all night to catch them all. Sister, can you comb my hair with a comb? It's too tangled." The supervisor took the comb and combed the tangled hair. While combing, she looked at me, her face becoming paler. I felt calmer than usual, quickly opened the jar of wax, and bit the garlic cloves to blend the two scents together. The supervisor screamed, "The head is soft, like there's no skull. Oh my God! Ha ha ha!" Laughter echoed. Then the two white figures lifted their hands, revealing faces wrinkled like ironed clothes. Those two white figures disappeared while the supervisor still held the tangled hair. Whether it was an illusion or real, she ran back to the room without needing a flashlight, closing the door tightly. The fire extinguished along with the eerie sounds of the forest. The whole group scrambled to find her, then the flashlight. I heard two crying loudly. "There's a ghost! Mom! Help me! I'm so scared!" I tried to speak loudly while running. "Everyone, stay calm. Don't rush into the bushes. Press the middle finger and say, 'Su tuat done.' Hurry! Su tuat done. Su tuat done." The four of us girls got back to the room and huddled together on one bed to keep the light on. The basin, usually used for washing faces, was now sacrificed for a makeshift bathroom. None of us dared to go out behind like we used to. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking on the door. We hugged each other tremblingly, not daring to breathe. The knocking became louder and louder, accompanied by the voices of Tu and Nam. "Let us sleep with you." Hoo hoo. Seeing Hoa about to go out, I held her back. Wait, I also heard my name being called by a ghost. It called exactly like someone I know. Seriously. Outside, the knocking on the door intensified, and Tu's voice shouted, "Open up! Let us in! We're so scared! If you don't open, I'll break the door." Hick hick, half believing and half doubting, I prepared the basin of urine. If it was a real ghost, I would splash it out. But as soon as the door opened, Nam and Tu rushed in, their faces pale and on the verge of tears. "Why did you take so long? Do you know how scared we were? What happened?" "Hoo hoo hoo. We hope it's morning soon. It's unbearable here. And when it's time to leave, the ghost starts haunting us again. It's like someone walking on the roof." Hoa, hearing this, hurriedly waved her hand. Stop talking. Lie down on that bed and get some rest." "No, let us share the bed. Many people have broken the bed. What kind of boys are you, more scared than the girls? All right, everyone just sit together. Even if it breaks, we'll endure it." We gathered together on one bed. Nam and Tu were still trembling. On the tin roof, raindrops fell quickly and heavily, sounding like drumbeats, and the rain poured down like a flood. It was too heavy. The walls soaked through, leaking water, forming strange shapes. At this moment, Nam held my hand tightly. On the wall, there's a human face. Oh, my mother. I want to go home right now. Hoo hoo hoo. I looked up at the wall. This human face seemed so familiar. Where have I seen it before? Oh, right. That's the little child of that aunt. When I visited their house, I saw her picture on the altar. I quickly whispered to myself, Is that you? Don't scare us." As I spoke, I collapsed, feeling my entire body becoming heavy and fading away. In a daze, I saw a woman holding a child. She approached me and softly said, "Finally, I've found you." Before I could respond, the child in her arms chuckled and said, "Don't pretend you don't recognize us, Mommy. I recognize both you and Auntie. Just now, I saw you on the wall too." She looked at me and nodded. "Thank you for bringing Auntie and me back. Otherwise, we would have wandered the streets forever." Auntie sent back the clothes and the package of cakes. At that moment, she also wanted to let you know, but she didn't have the strength. Hearing Auntie's words, I was startled. Did Auntie lure me to death? Don't be afraid. Auntie didn't harm you. Last night, it was Auntie who begged you to follow the supervisor. That's why you weren't taken away. Auntie did that? It's true that at that time, I felt different from usual. As I said that, the little one grabbed my hand. "Don't be scared, Mommy. The water pipe in the school. I was just teasing you, and also the sound of running on the stairs." I looked at her and laughed. "You scared me to death! Stop teasing me!" Hi, it's because I like you so much, sis. Mom also told me not to do that, but I enjoy scaring you. Oh my goodness, you're such a little demon child. At this point, Auntie looked around and said, "When you go back tomorrow, don't come back here. It was so difficult for me to come here. I have to leave now. I'm so afraid of your garlic smell. Remember, don't bring anything that doesn't belong to you." Auntie. I waved my hand to call Auntie, accidentally hitting Hoa. She quickly rubbed her head. "Sitting scared and falling asleep, huh? Yeah, or not. What time is it now? I'm too tired. Sitting here feels like sinking. It's almost morning. There's no more noise, but I can't sleep. I sighed and lowered my head, thinking about the dream meeting my mom and auntie. Then the knocking sound echoed. At night, scared of the knocking sound, we didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The whole group was silent, listening intently. After a while, the supervisor's voice rang out. Hey, kids, can you lend me a blanket? I'm so cold." One of our two girls hurriedly said, "Who's gonna open the door? It's morning, there's no ghost, or Nam and Tu can go out and see." Nam, with his head buried, said weakly, No, let us be at peace." Knowing that my friends were still scared, I stood up. Despite being my beloved, he's a monk and has a few ways taught by Mr. Huang, so I boldly approached the main door and said, "Is there no blanket over there, ma'am?" The supervisor's voice replied, "Yeah, but I'm too cold. Can you lend me one, kids?" "Yes, ma'am." "Then let me lend you this blanket, and I'll also give you this jar of garlic to keep warm." Yeah, okay, just lend me the blanket." I grabbed the blanket and the water basin, gently opened the door. But there was no one outside. I looked along the path, saw a dim yellow light, and called out, "Ma'am, where are you?" "Leave it there for me, please. You go back to your room and come back right away." "It'll get dirty if I leave it here. I'll wait for you to come and get it." "It's okay. Just leave it there." I quickly left the cotton blanket outside and hurried back to close the door. Despite saying so, I felt incredibly frightened. I couldn't understand why I suddenly had the courage today. Outside, there were footsteps running quickly. Wrapped tightly in the blanket, Tu held onto Nam's hand. "Are you sure it's the supervisor? I have a bad feeling about this." "Who can answer that question? Why don't you go out and check?" I hesitated, trying to push aside my fear, and said, "Let's just sleep, guys. We have to pack up early tomorrow. Remember not to bring anything that doesn't belong to us." Yeah, we know." Immediately after, we all lowered our heads together and tried to sleep, trying not to hear the sounds outside. I didn't know when sleep finally overcame me until I woke up abruptly. There was light shining through the vent on the tin roof. I cheered, "Wake up, guys! We're leaving. I've been looking forward to this day." The bus leaves at 10 a.m. Clean up the room and return the key to the teacher. Everyone got up to pack their belongings quickly. Ho approached me and said, "Don't forget the cotton blanket we lent to the supervisor last night. Go get it from Mian." I nodded and ran off, panting as I spoke. Ma'am, can I get the blanket?" The supervisor looked surprised and asked, "What blanket?" The one you borrowed from us last night." "Oh, I was too scared to go outside. Why would I come to your room last night?" Hearing her say that, I finally understood what had happened last night. But I still couldn't comprehend. If it was a ghost, where's the cotton blanket now? Returning, I took my belongings outside, locked the door, and headed to the principal's office. Teacher Hone held a camera and said, "Everyone come here for a group photo to commemorate our time at the school. After that, go wash up, and I'll send the pictures to everyone." The supervisor and we happily took a group photo. Everyone was eager to return home after this long internship period. Teacher Hone's voice sounded melancholic, filled with nostalgia. "You and the students can head back now. Wishing you all good health. If you have the chance, come back to visit." Saying that, the teacher and our group walked down the lush path towards the asphalt road. As we passed a small stream with a cool mist rising, Nam suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, guys, look, the cotton blanket!" Everyone turned to look at the cotton blanket draped over a mound of earth. While the group and the supervisor were still surprised, exchanging puzzled looks, Teacher Hone spoke up. "Is this your cotton blanket? Let it be here for a while, and I'll bring it back for you later. Perhaps it was too cold, so I borrowed it." My group and the supervisor remained silent after the teacher's explanation. It seemed utterly absurd. It was beyond imagination that a ghost would knock on the door to borrow a blanket and then take it outside. Could it be that Teacher Hone and the students were playing a prank on us? As we returned to the dormitory, our group rejoiced. The supervisor cautioned us, "Rest today, and tomorrow morning, head to the lecture hall. What happened should stay within us. Don't talk about it outside, as it may affect the school's reputation." "Yes, we understand, ma'am. Sniffle," I replied. My group and I climbed to the second floor, recalling the footsteps and the sound of leaking water. I remembered the dream from the other night. The child, though a ghost, still had the mischievous laughter of a child. And that ghostly child, to me, was no longer frightening in the slightest. After that, not long afterward, we defended our graduation theses. Each of us went our separate ways, with only Hoa regularly keeping in touch with me. Occasionally, we visited each other briefly, but we soon had to leave due to our busy schedules. Having a decent degree in hand, but unable to find work nearby, I ended up opening a tutoring class for the children in the neighborhood, hoping for an opportunity to teach at a regular school. As for going back to remote areas like during the internship, I was quite afraid. Hung still accompanied his grandfather to pay respects and perform exorcisms, but there were times when he went alone. Grandpa said, "Now you're skilled enough, so I'll only assist in complicated cases." Despite not securing a job yet, Hung and I decided to move in together. To prepare for our wedding, he renovated the house, fixing the leaking drains and installing bright lights. Fortunately, the shared toilet was sold to the new owner who moved in, so we replaced it with a solid wall. Now, during the rainy season, there were no more leaks or creepy crawlies coming out. However, I still felt quite apprehensive when I needed to go out there, even though there was electricity. Since we got married, when I wasn't tutoring the kids in the neighborhood, I helped Hung grind ink for exorcisms and accompanied him occasionally for prayers and ghost hunting. The kids didn't call me teacher, but instead referred to me as the exorcist's wife. At first, it bothered me, but I couldn't argue with the children, could I? Gradually, I got used to it, and I even grew to like the novelty of the exorcism profession. But my fear of ghosts remained. Than, Hung's younger brother, also got married. His wife, Vien, was very diligent. Even when she was heavily pregnant, she still carried a tray to sell fertilized duck eggs near the general hospital. Depending on luck, the sales could be tough. Sometimes they'd sell out, and other times they'd be chased away by the police. Life had been tough for them since they lost their parents at a young age, and they often argued over trivial matters. Today, my husband and I went to perform a 100-day ritual for a family in the neighboring village early in the morning. When we returned, I heard that Tan's wife had given birth, so I quickly grabbed some fermented rice porridge and a few things and rushed to the hospital. Upon arrival, I urged Tan to go home and rest since he had to work early the next day. Though reluctant, due to his job at the iron workshop, he couldn't refuse. So he asked me to take care of his wife instead. Vien had a safe delivery, and both mother and baby were healthy. The baby slept peacefully after being fed, so it wasn't too difficult for me. As there was an empty bed in the delivery room, after Vien and her mother fell asleep, I also went over there to rest. With the dim light on, I quickly drifted off to sleep. But why did it feel so strange? Suddenly, the bed stood upright. As I reached out to avoid falling, a whispering voice emerged. "This is mine, mine!" I quickly shouted, "Who's there? Who's speaking?" No one answered, but I could hear the sound of a child crying. Oh no! I was so thoughtless. I must have startled the child awake. Thinking that, I got up and walked back to where the boy was, but he was not there. Vien's mother was still fast asleep, and the bed wasn't standing upright as before. Perhaps I was dreaming. It felt so real. The sound of the child's crying continued. I guessed he must be in the next room. Whose child was crying so much? It sounded so pitiful. Thinking this, I gently opened the door and went outside. The hospital corridor was deserted. Was the crying coming from the last room? It was so clear in the dead of night. I turned back into the room, climbed back into bed, but the bed seemed to be lifted upright again, causing me to slip down. Yet, there was absolutely no one there. Maybe Vian heard the noise and turned to ask me, "Are you having trouble sleeping, sis?" Probably just because it's an unfamiliar place. Besides, I'm worried about the baby, so I'm afraid to fall asleep. You and your mother don't need to worry. Okay, try to get some rest. Yeah, I know, I replied and adjusted the blanket, lying back down. I lay there, unable to sleep. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Sis, are you there?" I looked up and softly responded, "Who's calling?" It was a woman's voice. "I'm in the next room. Could you, please, give me a bottle? My baby is crying too much." Wait a moment. I went to open the door, but it seemed stuck from the outside, so I couldn't fully open it. I saw a bottle of milk being handed in. Regardless of who it was, I quickly filled the bottle and ran back. I was afraid the baby was hungry and crying pitifully. I handed the bottle outside, but there was no one there now, and the door was no longer stuck. The corridor was deserted, with no one in sight. Suddenly, the woman's voice spoke up again. "I'm here. Please bring it to me. I need help changing my baby's diaper." I took the bottle of milk down to the end room of the corridor where the voice was coming from. This room was probably where I first heard the children crying. It looked close, but it took me a while to get there. I peered into the room and softly called out, "Excuse me, I'm bringing the bottle for the baby. Over here, please." I turned left where the voice was. "Here I am." I turned right where the voice came from. "I'm here." I turned back and wondered, why were there voices coming from every direction? Suddenly, a hand tapped my shoulder. "What are you doing here at this hour?" I startled, dropping the bottle I was holding, and stammered, "Doctor, I heard crying so." "This room is for newly deceased maternity patients. How pitiful. Mother and child couldn't be saved. We deeply regret." The doctor then told me to quickly return to my room, assuming I was a relative. The space was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. That night and the following nights at the hospital, I didn't sleep a wink, even though I brought my amulet with me. This morning, after we finished packing rice, my mother-in-law asked us to stay a bit longer because she had something to discuss. She looked at me and then at Hung, sighing. "You two should consider having a child to carry on the family name. Otherwise, Mian is always following her husband around." "Hung, you're laughing. You and your wife need to plan. Wait until Mian finds stable work. Besides, Than's children are still young. Their parents are struggling to take care of them. Do you know when we'll be stable enough to wait? There's always a good excuse. We've taken care of many grandchildren ourselves. Then we'll give you a whole bunch of grandchildren to take care of. Can you handle it?" My mother-in-law didn't respond, but I knew she was hoping for us to have children soon. Who would want their daughter-in-law to accompany her husband to religious ceremonies every day like I do? While Hung went to a neighboring village for religious ceremonies, I helped my mother-in-law write reports. Since I started following her and my husband in the ghost exorcising business, I've become quite adept at tasks like this. While my mother-in-law was writing, she was also talking to Mr. Tien. His voice sounded concerned. "Fung, Dung's son, died last night. He worked in the coal mine. His coworkers said they were chatting last night, but in the morning, he didn't show up for work. They found him dead. They suspect he might have caught a chill after showering with the window open, but..." Mr. Tien paused there, and my mother-in-law quickly asked, Do you suspect foul play? He died at an inauspicious time. It happened on the first day of the lunar month. What's strange is, according to our calculations, this time overlaps with next month. Overlaps with next month? Does that mean someone else from this family will die next month? Exactly. Fung has another son. He's also planning to work there. I'm worried my calculations might be incorrect, but Tung also checked and couldn't find anything. Yet I have this unsettling feeling. My mother-in-law nodded and quickly grabbed a book from nearby, flipping through a few pages before sighing. There is an overlap, but I don't see it coinciding with next month. Could you have made a mistake? Mr. Tien shook his head. I'm not sure either. That's why I came here. Let's wait a bit and ask Chu Bu. Bu is currently attending another funeral. He might not be back until this evening. I'll go and offer condolences to the Dung family first. The mourning will start tomorrow. We'll discuss this further later. After finishing dinner, I sat drying my hair on the porch when I heard someone calling outside the gate. Recognizing Hoa's voice, I hurried out. But Hoa wasn't alone. Standing beside her was another person. I was surprised. Why did you come all this way in this scorching heat? And who is this? Seeing me, Hoa quickly explained. This is the mother of the teacher who supervised our internship, Mrs. Tan. Please, come inside. As Mrs. Tan and Hoa stepped inside, Meek, our fierce little dog, barked loudly. It took a while for him to stop, but his eyes kept darting towards the gate, growling softly. Once inside, Mrs. Tan took my hand and choked up. My dear, help me. Hoa's voice, filled with sadness, continued. Our supervisor seems to be under a spell or something. Ever since we graduated, she's been insisting on going back there to teach. We don't know how she's living up there, leaving her husband and children behind. Heavens. Mrs. Tan sobbed as she explained. My family sought help from a shaman, tried everything to bring her back, but she's acting like a lost soul. I stood still in shock, unable to believe what I was hearing, while Hoa continued tearfully. It's getting worse, Mien. She even wants to take someone else up there. She's tied to the house until mealtime. Mrs. Tan came to our school looking for the teacher in charge of us, and that's when she contacted me. Thinking back to what happened that day, Hoa brought her here. Mien asked my grandmother and Hung if they could help. I quickly nodded and said, Please, have some water. My grandmother and Hung just got back tonight. I'll explain again. The next day, Hung and I went to Mrs. Tan's house, bringing along a box of incense, garlic, and protective amulets that my grandmother had prepared. The supervisor was in her own room, so I asked Mrs. Tan for permission for us to go in and observe. It was also mealtime, so the three of us went in together. Seeing unfamiliar faces, the supervisor shouted, Get out! Get out right now! Leave me alone! Mrs. Tan quickly approached, trying to calm her. Good girl, we have visitors, that's all. It's time for lunch now. Mommy will feed you. Good girl, Mommy loves you. Mrs. Tan clumsily opened the cabinet and took out a photo of a strange man. While feeding her daughter, she said, Here's a bite for him. Now it's your turn. She held the spoon of rice close to the mouth of the person in the photo before passing it to her daughter. As her daughter ate, the supervisor seemed content, continuing until the bowl was empty, her eyes gleaming with happiness. Mrs. Tan, tearful, turned to Hung. Every meal is like this, dear. I feel sorry for this old body, only capable of praying to our ancestors for strength to care for her. She had a respectable job, a kind husband, but now she's like this. She's heavily cursed. My family knows, but there's nothing we can do. We've invited shamans, but they've given up. We need to find someone to break this curse. I'll talk to my grandmother when I get back. Perhaps we need to make a trip there. Listening to Hung, Mrs. Tan hesitated. Will that work? I hope so. A few days later, my grandmother, my husband, and I, along with Mrs. Tan and her family, took a boat up to the school where she used to supervise. Strangely enough, she seemed coherent on the way up, showing no signs of madness, adjusting her clothes and even tidying her hair. As we packed our things, she even conversed with me as if she were normal. Hung and I glanced at my grandmother, who remained silent, tightly gripping her basket of tools. We didn't know if she could help the supervisor, but I felt anxious nonetheless. Arriving at the school during recess, we headed straight to the principal's office. Before we could knock, Miss Ha burst in, looking delighted. "I'm back! We're so glad you've returned. We've missed you." Mr. Hone smiled warmly, but fell silent when he saw us enter. I spoke up. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, teacher. This is a family member of the supervisor here. Our family wants to talk to you." The teacher's expression changed, hastily asking, "What's the matter? May I ask who this is?" Hearing this, my grandmother spoke up. "It's nothing, just that my granddaughter insisted on coming up here. My family brought food to share with you." "Ah, that's easy. Please, you and everyone else come to my house." Shortly after, Teacher Hone hurriedly led us to his house. The familiar path, with its hills and forests, reminded me of the last meal before we descended. It was truly terrifying. Upon arrival, I saw the village chief sitting at a table outside the gate. He quickly stood up, smiling. "We have esteemed guests. Please come in and have a drink with me. As for dinner, I have something special prepared." Inside the house, my grandmother and Hung pretended to rummage through their bags. They purposely dropped a bag of chili peppers and a sewing kit with threads of different colors scattered all over the floor. The village chief started coughing heavily but tried to speak. "Oh no, this soup isn't cooked yet. Let me go down and reheat it so you won't get a stomach ache." With that, he carried the food downstairs to the kitchen. Everyone could tell that the village chief knew about the failed curse and suspected our intentions when we requested to stay overnight in a single room at the teacher's lodging. Heading back from Teacher Hone's house while it was still early, I no longer felt as scared on this dusty path as I did before. According to my grandmother and Hung's plan, tonight the person responsible for the curse would surely try to destroy the counterspell to lift this curse. As the night fell, I found my eyes getting heavy, so I went to bed early. On the other side of the bed, Mrs. Tan's mother and daughter were still awake, staring intently at the roof. Meanwhile, my grandmother and Hung were counting yellow papers and tying threads onto them. Suddenly, there were footsteps running frantically outside in the hallway, sounding like someone trampling on a pile of dry leaves. I quickly sat up, startled. Mrs. Tan's mother, however, slowly approached the main door, her eyes reflecting a hint of blood. Hung quickly exclaimed, "Where do you want to go at this hour? I want to go outside for a moment." "Why do you want to go out at night? Just stay in and sleep and go back down tomorrow." The supervisor heard Hung's words and flew into a rage, rushing in to attack. She screamed so loudly that her neck veins bulged like a tangled mess of worms. My grandmother took out a thread from her pocket and handed it to Hung, instructing him to perform acupuncture behind her neck and then tie her up. The supervisor fainted from the acupuncture. The writhing worms and veins wriggled and squirmed inside her as if trying to escape. My grandmother took a sewing needle with various colored threads and pricked it into the spot where the worm-like figure writhed in pain. Despite being tightly bound, the supervisor kicked and screamed furiously, causing the needle wound to bleed. The smell of blood permeated the room, making me feel nauseous. Outside, footsteps continued to run frantically. Hung worriedly asked, "What's next, grandmother?" "I'm really worried." "Don't worry. It's intentionally making its own soul panic and lose strength." Finishing her words, my grandmother carefully poured a concoction made from burnt paper. brought from home into a bowl with some water and handed it to Mrs. Tan. "Drink all of this water for me." Mrs. Tan lifted her child and tried to make her drink. After finishing the water, the supervisor's eyes widened, her hands reached into her throat, and she began to vomit. I dared not look at the vomit scattered on the floor, something squirming like a snake, coiling to protect its life. Although accustomed to the profession of exorcism and dispelling curses, this time Hung felt genuinely worried. He didn't know if he was strong enough to banish them. Beside him, Mr. Hung spoke urgently. "The supervisor is okay now, but the wandering spirits outside are still threatening us. What we need to do now is to increase our spiritual power." With that, Mr. Hung quickly took out sheets of paper of different colors and drew on them figures of people holding swords and hammers, looking fierce. He then stamped a red seal on the heads of the drawn figures. Soon after, the sound of the temple bell rang along with the scent of incense spreading throughout the room, causing the supervisor to scream uncontrollably. The supervisor's bloodshot eyes helplessly watched everyone, and then looked down at the vomit, where the imprint of a snake could still be seen writhing in the mess. Knowing that my grandmother had exerted all her strength to summon the spiritual soldiers, Hung worriedly said, "Grandmother, let me help you with this." "All right, I've done my part. Now quickly burn those effigies for me, hurry." "Yes, yes." Hung responded and hurriedly burned all the effigies that Mr. Hung had summoned the spirits to. At this moment, the main door opened, and the smoke from the burnt effigies wafted outside, forming a triangular shape and sometimes a circular one, hovering in the dimly lit space before disintegrating. The sound of a rooster crowing signaled the morning. We woke up after a night filled with events that seemed straight out of a movie. Both Noi and Hung had been up for a while already. The supervisor had also been untied and was holding her stomach, complaining of hunger. Mrs. Tan quickly took a bag of dry food and handed it to her daughter, saying, "Eat this for now, and when we get home, I'll find you something more substantial." The supervisor nodded and took the bag of dry food. However, instead of eating it, she approached Mr. Hung. "Teacher, please take a bite to regain your strength. Thank you for helping my mother and me." Mr. Hung smiled and replied, "Thank you, but I'm not hungry." "I know you've exhausted yourself summoning the spirits last night. Please eat," she insisted, bringing the bag of dry food closer to Noi. At this moment, Hung rushed forward, blocking her and shouting, "This is not one of us." The supervisor then burst into laughter. "You invited the sorcerer here to exorcise us?" "Ha! Ha!" she said, laughing. Then she grabbed me and pulled me back, saying, "Withdraw the order for the troops to retreat, or I'll crush this little one." Without giving Noi and Hung a chance to speak, she widened her eyes and reached for my neck. Hung rushed to stop her but was too late. He was pushed back and fell behind. Mr. Hung's voice became stern. "If you don't want your souls to scatter, surrender now. Everyone has their fate. Why harm others?" Trembling, I looked at Noi and then at Hung. It seemed like Hung's eyes signaled me to do something. What to do in this moment? She grabbed my neck with cold hands and stopped at my collarbone, pressing hard. I felt the pain. One hand trying to hold onto that cold hand, the other pressing my fingers together while murmuring in my mouth, "Su tuot done." She looked at me, her eyes bloodshot, and shouted, "What are you murmuring?" It seemed like I was suffocating. I pushed with all my might, my hand pressing hard, almost making it bleed. But my mouth kept murmuring. I didn't know if it was a mistaken spiritual utterance or not, but suddenly my foot slipped, pulling her down along with me. Hung quickly rushed over and stuck the paper with the spell drawing on her back. My throat started to loosen while she fainted. Batan, worried, tried to run to her daughter, but Mr. Hung stopped her. "Don't come closer at this moment. There's the counter charm. Your daughter will be fine. Trust me." Initially, I thought it was just a curse, didn't expect there'd be a lingering spirit as well. This spirit is very cunning and doesn't reside here. Saying this, he handed a plastic sheet with golden paper inside to Hung. Put it on her. Once it was put on, she returned to normal. Batan put a coat on her daughter, but still held on to the charm that Hung attached when I pulled her down. When the mother and daughter situation was settled, Mr. Hung looked around and sighed. Sigh. This spirit has escaped. We can't subdue it. Hearing this, I panicked. Can't subdue it. Is it dangerous, Noi? Noi is sending troops to search. We'll decide what to do when the time comes. For now, you two help me clean up. Later, we'll go greet the principal to make it back on time for the early trip. Yes. We hope to subdue that spirit soon. Even if we can't subdue it, and if it returns for revenge, whatever the guilt, only I will bear it. Noi. Why do you say that? I don't understand. Is it a crime to help someone get rid of a ghost? Mr. Hung didn't answer my question, but I couldn't understand why it was like that. We packed up and went to the principal's office, knocking on the door repeatedly without a response. Peeking through the crack, I suddenly heard a voice. The principal isn't here, dear. Oh, is he absent, ma'am? He's sick with a fever from last night, so he called in sick. If there's a message, you can leave it with me. No, thank you. I just came to greet the principal and return. The teacher didn't say anything and just walked away. After discussing it again, Noi and Hung decided to visit the principal's house to greet him properly. When we arrived, I saw the village chief standing outside. He spoke emotionlessly. Everyone, come inside. Hon is sick and doesn't want to see anyone. Mr. Hung bowed slightly and replied, Then we won't disturb the family. Please tell the principal that we'll return another day. Everyone, be careful on your way back. We went back home, knowing for sure that Teacher Hon was avoiding us, and that was a trip I couldn't forget. I still remember the feeling of cold hands squeezing my throat until I couldn't breathe. The next day, Mr. Vei, Hung also came to reassure the four corners around Batan's house, and she gradually regained her strength. I asked about subduing that spirit, but he said they hadn't caught it yet. As for why helping someone get rid of a ghost might incur karmic consequences, he kept that a secret, as it was something to take to the grave. At that moment, at the ancestral altar, Mr. Tien was writing prayer papers when there was an urgent call outside the gate. Looking out, he saw Mr. Dung, the neighbor, so he spoke up. Mr. Dung, please come inside. The door doesn't have a lock. Pushing open the gate and stepping inside, Mr. Dung exclaimed in haste, Thank goodness I've met you here. My eldest son and his wife have gone to work in the mines. I'm feeling quite worried. Did you do as I instructed? I did exactly as you advised. I wouldn't dare to do otherwise, not even the slightest deviation. Mr. Tien, surprised, remarked, If you've done everything correctly, why worry? Sit down calmly and have a drink. At this, Mr. Dung trembled nervously. It's because every night there are strange noises in my house. Strange noises? What kind of noises did you hear? Well, after midnight, all I hear are the sounds of plates and dishes clattering. My son and daughter-in-law are upstairs, and from the kitchen downstairs, I hear the chopping of knives and the thud of chopping boards. Mr. Tien was startled. Heavens! How could that be? All right, you go back and fetch a broom to sweep the house and prop it against the door, then there won't be any more noises. Well, but my son and daughter-in-law are very scared. Tonight. Could you come over to our house for one night? Since Fung passed away, the house has been so cold and with the strange noises. During the day, I'm afraid to stay at home, let alone my wife returning to her parents' house tonight. Taking a sip of water, Mr. Wan, Tien spoke up. Stay calm and don't panic like this. Fung passed away at an inauspicious hour, So I advise your son and daughter-in-law to return home quickly and wait a month before going out again. Tonight, I will come over and reassure the area around your house. I've tried to stop them, but they won't listen. There's a shortage of workers at the mine, and the mine owner is paying high wages, so they've already packed up and left. Tonight, if you could come and help me, if not, I'll be left alone. After Mr. Dung returned, Mr. Tien hurried over to his younger brother's house. It was still the same order, with his younger brother named Huang. Not seeing Hung around, Mr. Tien asked, "Did Hung go to the temple ceremony today?" Chao Hung went to pay respects at the grave. I'm performing a ritual to dispel bad luck. Lately, there have been too many coincidences. Hearing this, Mr. Tien nodded. Many households are indeed facing coincidences. Oh, do you remember the coincidence I mentioned? The funeral procession in the alley. Mr. Huang poured tea into a cup and replied, "I remember, but you've performed the ritual. Is there something wrong?" "Indeed, I performed the ritual very carefully. It's strange that there have been noises in the households for several nights now." After reviewing the dates and times of Fung's death, it still couldn't be confirmed whether it was a coincidence month or not. So tonight, a few of us will go to Dung's house to check for mistakes. If there are noises, then it's a coincidence. But if the check doesn't reveal anything, then it might be the will of heaven. Let me tell Hung to come along. If it's heaven's will and we can't save them, then it's not our profession. Mr. Tin lifted his teacup and nodded. You're right. I also told Tung, I want him to go along to see with his own eyes before pursuing this profession. Each family must have someone to inherit the profession left by our ancestors. Tung is even interested in the carpentry profession, so I hope he will be wholeheartedly dedicated and pass it on to Bin in the future, the next generation. I'm getting old. You think so thoughtfully, but following this profession also depends on fate and destiny. Arriving at Mr. Bu's house, seeing the spacious courtyard filled with the dishes of wine for the husband and wife of his granddaughter named Hung, Mr. Tien shouted from outside, "Economically stable, Kung has also grown up. Have another child so they have siblings." Cutting noodles inside the house, Hung replied immediately, "You just got here, uncle. My husband and I are planning for this year." That's right. Congratulations to both of you. With that, Mr. Tien went into the middle room to find his youngest brother. Seeing Mr. Bu holding a stack of black paper in his hand, Mr. Tien was surprised. "What are you cutting that requires black paper?" Pouring a glass of water and handing it to him, Mr. Bu replied, "There's a homeowner in the adjacent alley who joined the military. Went on a mission to Laos, Cambodia or something, then got haunted by a female spirit. Dense forests and poisonous waters. You have to be careful. Yes, that's why I've made several appointments with him, but every time it seems like the neighboring house has something else going on. Surely that spirit knows the homeowner's intention to catch it, so it's finding ways to interfere." Sigh. "I'm thinking of a plan to catch it. Are you here because you need my help or something?" Hearing that, Mr. Tien nodded. "I've come to ask for your help. There's a coincidence at Dung's house in the alley." "Didn't you already perform the ritual for that Dung's house?" Setting the glass of water down, Mr. Tien said solemnly, "That house has a coincidence month. If we're not careful, someone will go every month." "I understand. So when do we start? We have to start tonight." Mr. Bu was surprised. "So urgently. Do you need me to ask Tuan to come along too?" "That would be great. The more people we have, the more ways we can cope." After hearing Mr. Hung say that tonight they would go to Mr. Dung's house, I also wanted to go, but Hung refused, so I firmly disagreed. "You stay at home. Why do women need to go over there? Then you'll be scared and ruin Grandpa's work." I didn't say anything to him, but turned to Grandma and pleaded, Grandma, let me go with you. I also want to know what that noise is like. Mr. Hung expressed concern. You might faint there, but well, if the family has a traditional profession, it's worth experiencing it once. Bring some garlic and wear Grandma's amulet, then everything will be fine. Hearing Grandma's words, Hung gave me a scornful look, making me smirk. Ha ha, I'm Grandma's real grandchild, you know. All right, enough with the jokes. Don't regret it when you get scared later. I didn't reply, but chuckled to myself. With Grandma around, and so many others, there was no reason to be afraid. After dinner, Hung and I went to Mr. Hung's house. Was he chewing beta leaves again tonight? I wondered, but didn't dare to ask. We quietly followed behind to Mr. Dung's house. Seeing everyone's figures, Mr. Dung greeted eagerly. I've been waiting for everyone since evening. I've turned on the TV. Please have a seat and watch, he said, then went to turn on the black and white TV, but the screen was filled with too many static spots. He tapped the TV shelf several times, but it didn't help, so he turned around and said, "Come here, turn this antenna, and if the image improves, shout out." The wind probably blew in the wrong direction this afternoon, causing the antenna to misalign. After he finished, he went to a nearby antenna pole, turning it while asking, "Is it better now?" Hung ran back and waved his hand. "Not yet. Turn it a bit more to the left. There are still too many static spots." After a while, the TV screen finally cleared up. Everyone sat drinking ginseng tea and watching the news, waiting for any noise. The clock chimed 10 o'clock. Mr. Dung looked up and said, "I've laid out the mats upstairs. Please rest, but wait for me. Lock the door when going up together." Mr. Tin nodded. "Lock the door carefully and rest assured, tonight we will catch the coincidence." "Yes, we entrust everything to you, teachers." We went upstairs. The lights were turned off. Everyone lay down on the wide mats. I lay close to the wall, my heart pounding loudly, feeling nervous to the point of breathlessness. Hung noticed my trembling and asked, "Are you scared now?" "I told you before, but you didn't believe me." I remained silent. I didn't understand why I felt so nervous. The atmosphere was so quiet that you could hear the breathing of each person. Suddenly, there was the sound of dishes breaking downstairs. Without anyone saying anything, everyone sat up abruptly. Then came the sound of clattering dishes and plates being smashed in the kitchen downstairs. I covered my mouth to stifle a scream. The sounds were so clear as if someone was throwing them. Then there was the sound of a chair being dragged. Oh my goodness! I couldn't believe it. Was everyone here? Who downstairs was making those sounds? Mr. Hung's voice softly spoke. "Don't turn on the lights." Mr. Tien also spoke softly. "Let's observe a little more. Are you prepared?" "I've prepared everything, and I'm ready." After that statement, the space fell silent again. I couldn't hear anything anymore. But just a moment later, there was the sound of scratching, like a cat scratching and rummaging through things. Perhaps Hung had the same thought as me, so he softly said, "I think the cats climbed onto the shelf with the dishes and that's why they broke." Hearing that, Mr. Dung held his mouth. No, that's not it. It happens every night. But by morning, I don't see anything broken. Before anyone could say anything more, there was a sudden knocking on the door, making everyone freeze. Once again, everyone listened intently. It sounded like someone was entering the house. The TV was turned on, and someone was twisting the channel knob. The screen flickered in the dark night. Then, Mr. Tung turned to Mr. Tien in panic. "It's the coincidence. This is definitely the coincidence. Hick, but I couldn't see it. What should we do now, Dad?" But these sounds could only be created by humans. Could it be a thief? I dared not to breathe heavily, my limbs stiff and motionless. The noises downstairs continued. To think it was caused by ghosts, how could one believe it? After observing for a while, Mr. Tien spoke to his younger brother. Hung, quickly shine the light to see who they are. Yes. After that response, I saw a flickering light near the window and then on the wall. It was Mr. Hung holding a flashlight, flipping it up and down with a sharp knife by his side. The beam of light crossed back and forth several times, but I didn't hear his younger brother say anything. Mr. Tien urged, "Do you see anything in that light?" I need to confirm once again. Heavens, did you see anything in the end? Mr. Hung, while shining the light, said, "There are many ghosts downstairs. They're even standing on the stairs looking up here." What are you saying? Are there ghosts downstairs right now? How is that even possible? I trembled with fear and sweat poured down my face as I listened to them talking like this. Ghosts on the stairs looking up here. At this moment, Mr. Boo spoke up. "How can they enter the house so easily like that? Didn't you protect it?" Mr. Tien asserted. "Not only did I protect it, but I was also very careful." Mr. Hung shone the light further and urgently said, "I see. Fung over there, her hands are tied and someone is leading her away. So she was tortured and couldn't bear it, so she revealed her relatives. When inspecting, did you leave the knife on her stomach, cut around her clothes like a yim? How could it be all messed up like this?" Mr. Dung, hearing the mention of his recently deceased child, hastily asked, "Does that mean Fung was led away to catch her relatives, sir?" "That's right. We will try to find a way to help your family. Please rest assured." Mr. Dung now only relied on the masters. Since ancient times, whenever there were tales of ghosts and coinciding deaths within the family, suddenly from the kitchen came the sound of a knife chopping on the cutting board, accompanied by the gusts of wind rattling the window frames insecurely, as if someone was standing outside pushing them in. Though it was dark, there were still high-pressure streetlights shining in the distance. Outside the balcony of the house, I saw many ghostly hands, as if clinging to the wall and climbing up. I trembled and shook. "Bro, look! Outside! The balcony! There!" Following my pointing finger, Hung was equally terrified. He exclaimed to his mother to look at those clinging hands. Mr. Hung sternly said, "Everyone, stay calm. They're intentionally trying to scare us with hallucinations. Now, we can turn on the lights." As the lights came on, I looked outside and saw nothing anymore. Mr. Hung stepped towards the stairs and unexpectedly splashed the whole betel nut chewing water pot, along with the silver-plated chewed betel nut container, down from his hand. Thud, thud, thud. In the kitchen, there was the sound of hurriedly breaking pieces, followed by a gradual silence. At the same time, the clock struck 1 a.m. After listening for a while without hearing any more sounds, Mr. Hung asked Hung to go to the balcony and hang up a round mirror and plant 3 sharp iron nails on it. Mr. Boo took a stack of colored paper with many shapes and burned them by hand, with the fire and the smell of smoke driving away the coldness of the house, which had just lost someone. In the corner of the wall, Mr. Tien and his son Tung were pounding a large ship's nail vigorously into the floor tiles. All became quiet again, and we then turned off the lights and continued to observe. But since then, there hadn't been any sound at all. The space became silent. The sunlight shone through the window. After a very long night, everyone's eyes were dark. There were no traces of the hands clinging and pulling up on the balcony. Mr. Dung hesitated to move forward, still afraid. Seeing this, Mr. Hung spoke up. "Let me go down first and check." Saying so, he descended the stairs first while we followed behind. The sin of looking back while walking still made me feel like someone was staring at me intensely. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, everything remained as it was, with utensils and dishes still on the shelves and the chair in its usual position. Only the betel nut spittle streaked down like a centipede from above, and the silver-gray trousers were draped across the banister, wrinkled. Mr. Dung went to the altar and lit incense for the deceased child, muttering under his breath, "If you're truly wandering, please don't lead anyone to capture our family members." But suddenly, he exclaimed in alarm, "Sir, why? Why is Fung's portrait torn?" We all rushed closer, and indeed, there was a tear in Fung's portrait from the top down to the chin. Mr. Bu doubted. Very strange. Or perhaps it tore when the portrait was being framed and the family didn't notice. That couldn't be true, sir. Since Fung's passing, every day I've been offering incense, and there was no tear in the portrait. This tear is odd. I'll replace it with a new one today. Let's not disturb it for now. Let's focus on dealing with this ghost first. Mr. Dung, call the elder son and his wife back. I think everything is fine. There's nothing to worry about. What's necessary now is to bury it in the middle of the house between the stove and the altar. Today, you all go prepare, and Mr. Dung, mark the spot with measuring tape in the middle of the house. When you come back, we'll start digging. Yes? After Mr. Dung's instructions, we all went home. As we reached the head of the alley towards our house, Mr. Tian stopped and turned to speak to us. You two go and prepare the necessary items for this occasion. Absolutely no room for error. Mr. Hung anxiously replied, "Will we win, brother?" Honestly, I saw that group of ghosts was quite large. The one escorting Fung looked fierce, and especially he was holding a knife engraved with 2 horns. 2 horns, you say? Yes, 2 horns. I still remember our father's admonition. If you encounter this horn symbol, it's a sign of misfortune for that family. We cannot ignore it, otherwise there will be karmic retribution. Mr. Tian shook his head. We must help them. How can we see such a situation and not intervene? Besides, we've already come this far. I'll postpone for now. How long we will stay is uncertain, so you should consider. Let it be so. Everyone, go back and rest and then take care of the things I mentioned. After Mr. Tian finished speaking, he went into the house. Mr. Bu also left shortly after. Only Mr. Hung, my spouse, and I walked along the deserted alley. He remained silent, perhaps contemplating the consequences of his actions. If the fate of that family is already determined and he tries to alter it, what will be the outcome? I saw him sigh deeply. In the early afternoon, the ground was dug to bury the altar. A tray of offerings, a rooster, and plenty of paper horses were displayed. There was even a paper effigy of a human being. This was the first time I saw the 3 brothers united in offering. After each ceremony, gold and paper horses were burned. This continued until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Today marks the 27th day since Fung, Chu Dung's youngest, passed away, and everything remained solemn in the atmosphere of mourning. Despite our collective efforts to appease, Mr. Hung and we were still worried because the deadline for the Trungthang was approaching. In the dusk, Hung and I were watching a football match when suddenly there was a commotion at Aunt Hung's house. I grabbed Hung's hand and ran over to see what was happening. Already outside the gate, people were crowded, gossiping loudly. It turned out Aunt Tuan's wife was arguing with Aunt Hung, but I didn't know why. I slipped through the crowd and went inside. Aunt Hung was angrily saying, "Are you planning to reap the fruits of my hard work and tears? The neighbors have witnessed it. They provided the funds and we shared the profits, but now that I'm not involved, you're demanding repayment. When will you repay me?" Chu Tuan's wife also shouted back, "I've already repaid you. You're just plain greedy. You've already enjoyed your gains from deceit and trickery. Now you're demanding repayment. Are you willing to swear to that?" "What am I afraid of? I'll swear to it." "Then swear." "We have neighbors as witnesses." Chu Tuan's wife immediately raised her hand triumphantly. "I swear, I've already repaid Hung. If I'm lying, may the heavens punish my child." At this point, Hung intervened, raising his voice. "Mrs. Tuan, go home, and Hung, stop it. constantly causing a scene in the family, making the neighbors laugh at us. Both stormed off in anger, and before entering the house, Hung shouted back, "Remember this. If you lie to me, may the heavens punish your child." I don't know if it was a sacred oath or not, but a few days later, Chutuan's daughter developed a high fever and began convulsing. Her parents were fast asleep, unaware until she started foaming at the mouth. Then they rushed her to the hospital. Fortunately, they managed to save her, but this 5-year-old couldn't speak afterwards. There was always saliva dripping from her mouth. Apart from when she was asleep, there was never a handkerchief beside her mouth. This morning, Chutung woke up early to sharpen his quill to write a morning announcement for tomorrow's memorial service. Suddenly, there was an urgent call from Chudung outside the gate. Sensing trouble, Mr. Tien immediately spoke up. "Is that Dung? What's the matter so early in the morning?" As the gate opened, Chudung's face was pale, and he struggled to speak. Last night, there was a sound of something hitting the roof at my son's house. Please come and take a look, because it's almost a month since Fung passed away." Mr. Tien startled, his voice hurried. "It's not good. You need to hurry back and pack. We need to head out to the mine before it's too late." "Head to the eldest son's place, sir?" "What does that mean? Get your things ready to go. I'll explain later. Right now, I'll go talk to Mr. Bu and Mr. Huang to get them to come along." After Mr. Dung returned, Mr. Tien quickly informed his children. Mr. Huang immediately called my husband and me about this urgent trip to the mine. Huang seemed reluctant to go. He hesitated. Mr. Huang looked grave and concerned. "Mr. Tien just informed us, and Mr. Bu is also going. If we don't leave now, we might not make it in time. But I'm watching a football match. Besides, if it's as Grandpa always warned us, if it's the family's fate, how can we intervene? I understand, but seeing someone about to be taken by the spirits and not rescuing them goes against our conscience as practitioners. We know it's wrong, but we must try to save them." "But..." "All right, you two get ready and come with me on this trip." This time, Mr. Huang agreed to let us accompany him because having more people would be helpful in case of any emergencies. When we arrived, we learned that Mr. Dung's eldest son and his wife were given accommodations by the mine owner right at the work site in a row of 10 rooms. This was fortunate, as more people would be able to guard against the spirits. All 3 brothers, Mr. Huang, hoped that this would be advantageous for the predetermined plan. In the evening, after finishing work at the mine, some workers rested while others went to watch a football match at the mine owner's house. Everyone was surprised to see us. After explaining the situation, the mine owner arranged for us to stay there as well. In the room of Mr. Dung's eldest son and his wife, everything was done very carefully. However, since these rooms were built on a vast empty plot of land, they couldn't be fully protected and relied only on amulets for protection. Getting through this one time would be enough. Today is the 29th day. The football match is intense. The mine owner's house is packed, and even Mr. Dung's eldest son and his wife are sitting there watching the entire match before returning to their room to sleep early, as they'll be heading to the mine tomorrow. Seeing that the predicted day of the spirits' capture is imminent, Mr. Tien is restless. "Let's go to bed by the shore before having a meal, just to be sure in case the spirits come early." Mr. Dung's eldest son grumbled. "I don't believe it. My parents and the monks are too superstitious. They're overthinking everything. Can't avoid fate." Mr. Dung spoke sternly. "You don't know anything. Let the monks handle it. You two go with Hung and his wife, sleep under the blanket on the ground, leave the bed for them." The son didn't say anything more, and we turned off the lights to sleep. I couldn't sleep in an unfamiliar place. I tossed and turned, listening. The silence was too overwhelming, gradually lulling me to sleep. The sound of the door opening woke everyone up. At the same time, the voice of Mr. Dung's eldest son said, "We'll go to the mine for a bit and come back. Later, Dad and you all can go outside." Mr. Dung replied, "You two go ahead." I breathed a sigh of relief hearing the exchange. Thank goodness, nothing happened. In contrast, everyone else was anxious. Mr. Tien wiped his sweat and softly said, "Today is the 30th day. The transition is tonight at midnight. Everyone, pay attention." Another night at the mining site. Today is also the finals of the football match. The owner's house was crowded with people watching TV, and shouts echoed, "Come in here, have a drink with peanuts and green mangoes while waiting for the finals. Cheers." A man looked at us and said loudly, "You guys should also have a drink to join in. Cheers." Some miners came over, pulling me, Hung, and Mr. Dung's eldest son and his wife to sit with them. The football match started at 10 p.m., and by the end of the second half, it was almost midnight, and there was still no winner. It was truly intense. Because there would be extra time seemed to pass faster now, and no one wanted to pay attention to it anymore. But Mr. Dung's eldest son suddenly stood up. "Mr. Dung quickly followed suit and asked, "What are you doing?" Watching and then suddenly leaving. "I'm going back to the room quietly. I was going to endure the whole match and then go out, but I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back soon." "Let me go with you," the son grumbled. "I can go alone. I'll be back soon." "Why do you treat me like a child?" Hung and I exchanged glances and stood up. "You've been holding it in for so long. You've been playing so well, but you can't hold it in anymore." His wife sitting nearby also spoke up. "I'll go too." He seemed resigned, but for a very legitimate reason, he turned around. "All right, if everyone wants to go, let's go together then." Hung, I, and the two couples of Mr. Dung's eldest son returned to the lodging. He went into the house first and said to us outside, "Wait for me out here." We nodded and stood outside looking at each other. Although we didn't know if what the elder said was true or not, everyone was extremely worried. Suddenly, he called his wife. "Honey, please get me some toilet paper. It's all out in here. Don't want to leave and have nothing, then have to rush back, chased by ghosts." His wife went in, leaving only Hung and me outside. The night air was chillingly cold. When Hung handed me his jacket, out of nowhere, a black dog rushed over and bit us. It kept chasing us. Terrified, we ran without knowing where to go. Meanwhile, back at the owner's house, Mr. Tien was restless. "I can't wait any longer. Let's go. We need to see what's happening." He hurriedly went to the gate, but it wouldn't open. He shouted, "Who locked the gate like this?" Upon hearing this, the mine owner rushed out. "Oh no, the lock is broken. Who could have messed up the lock like this?" As he said that, the mine owner hurried to find a hammer to break it. Meanwhile, Mr. Tien and his two companions felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. In the room of Mr. Dung's eldest son and his wife, after using the bathroom, he spoke with a trembling voice. "I think I caught a cold. I feel so tired. Honey, go watch the soccer game by yourself." His worried wife looked at him. "I can't leave you alone at home. Let me get you a pill to take. Then lie down for a while. You'll feel better." Okay. I really want to lie down." Just then, his wife handed him a pillow. Mr. Dung's eldest son lay down and immediately began to snore. He intended to rest for a while, then get up and open the door when everyone returned. His wife lay beside him, her eyes lingering before quickly falling asleep. Clank, clank, clank! The sound of chained feet dragged outside the back door, where a group of people escorted someone. The person was covered in wounds and pointed to the bed. "That's my brother." In a flash, a large shadow stepped through the door and without hesitation reached out and grabbed the neck of the man lying there. The man struggled and groaned in pain, his body writhing incessantly. He reached out towards his wife lying beside him, but his strength gradually weakened, unable to even shake her awake. On the man's neck were the marks of 10 fingers. His wife broke out in a cold sweat and sat up. It was all just a nightmare. But why did the chained person and the man on the bed seem so familiar? She got up to get a glass of water, but her mind was still blurry from the dream just now. Suddenly, she looked over at her husband, who was sound asleep, and with reassurance, she turned and went back inside to lie down again. After breaking the door lock, Mr. Huang and Mr. Dung's 3 brothers hurried back to the home of the eldest son, shouting, "Are you guys in the room? Open the door for me. Hurry up." His wife, still groggy, came out and opened the door. "You guys come back and lie down. You look so tired. You sleep whenever you want." Pushing the door open, Mr. Dung rushed in anxiously. "Where's your husband? Where is he? He's right there sleeping, Dad. Must be tired today." So he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Hearing this, Mr. Dung rushed back to shake his eldest son. "Wake up, son. Your dad has something to say. This guy, oh my God, what happened to my son?" The scene before us now was a corpse with 2 hands tightly clasped around its neck. Mr. Dung struggled to pry those hands away. Around the neck were clearly visible bruises shaped like 10 fingerprints. Mr. Tien stood in silence, seeing the handprints on the corpse's neck. His expression was one of despair as he shook his head. "We've lost. The evil spirit has come to take someone away." Just as Hung and I returned, we trembled as we couldn't believe what was happening. Fate cannot be avoided. The corpse lying contorted looked pitiful. Mr. Tien choked up. "What were you 2 doing? You were supposed to accompany them, not wander off." We were waiting outside the door when a strange dog came and bit us. It chased us so fiercely. Mr. Tien worried. It seemed that all the methods in our profession against this evil spirit were no longer effective. Then, would the retribution for resisting fate come as our ancestors had foretold? If so, what would be the price for Mr. Tien's 3 brothers? Beside him, Mr. Bu anxiously asked his wife. The grandson was lying right next to him. Did he hear or see anything? At the mention, his wife whimpered, "I was so foolish. I thought it was just a nightmare, so I didn't wake him to ask. I saw Fung and then saw my husband, but couldn't remember who they were." That's when he was taken away. This was arranged. Some were locked inside the house and others were chased by the strange dog. At this point, Mr. Dung sobbed uncontrollably. "No, I can't accept losing both my children in 1 month. Hoo-hoo, the masters advised me to stay calm. So why did this happen?" Mr. Bu sadly replied, "The masters did their best, but they couldn't defeat the evil spirit. I'm sorry for the family. Please, brothers and sisters, take care to handle the aftermath for your children." After the funeral of the eldest son, Mr. Dung and his family remained fearful and anxious, fearing they would lose another family member at the end of the month. Mr. Hung, Mr. Tien, and Mr. Bu were again worried about the offerings and rituals. Although they knew in advance who would be taken away, they couldn't help but feel remorse, making the hearts of these 3 brothers and masters heavy. Upon careful consideration, they realized that there were no more evil spirits left in Mr. Dung's house. And it turned out to be true. So after the 7th week of the eldest son's passing, Mr. Dung's family moved to Vung Tau. Since then, they have never met again. Today, Hung's older brother's girlfriend came to visit. It is said that the 2 of them met through mutual friends, but she loves him more than he does. My mother-in-law was delighted, hoping to have a new daughter-in-law soon. Even though Than and Vian had already given birth to 2 grandsons, they still wanted a granddaughter like everyone else. Hung and I don't have any plans yet, and we haven't received any good news. My mother-in-law often says, if you're always anxious and nervous, it's hard to have children. It's depressing to hear, but I believe that children are fate. When it's meant to be, they will come. After chatting for a while, I finally asked Tui, Hung's brother's girlfriend, "Have you thought about living together with him? I'm just waiting for him to come and take me as his bride, dear." At the same time, Hung's brother spoke up. "It's getting late, Tui. You should go home. I still have work to do." Seeing Thui lower her head and remain silent, I was surprised. "Aren't you going to take her home?" He said he's busy with work. After that, my brother-in-law left. Thui looked sad. "It's because I love him too much. It's voluntary. I don't blame him, but I hope he will agree to marry me so that I can have a child. I've tried so many times, and this time probably won't be able to have a child anymore. Heavens, we long for a child, but it's not happening. What should we do now, Thui? Should I talk to our parents about this? I'll keep it. Let them laugh if they want to. Don't tell our parents. I'm foolish, I'm naive, so I have to accept it." At noon, while the whole family was at the dining table, Hung's father returned after being away for a few days. My mother-in-law slammed down her chopsticks and spoke loudly. "Why did you quit your job at Tung's workshop? Do you think this house is a market, coming and going as you please?" "I found a job elsewhere. They pay better at the sea." "You greedy fool. Tung taught you before you even knew the trade. Now you're leaving the workshop without saying a word to him. People will blame us for not teaching our children, and the neighbors. Hayes, you are something else." Hung's father took a sip of water, his voice stern. "How do you know about your son's affairs to speak like that? Low wages, exploiting your children's labor, did you even mention that to me? If your son wants to work, then he should go. Don't expect him to come to you with folded hands asking for permission." Hearing this, my mother-in-law became furious. "Now you're being disrespectful to me. If you don't listen to your parents, then leave our house." Without responding, Hung's father went to the cupboard, took a few sets of clothes, and left. No one felt like eating anymore. I don't understand what's happening to our house lately. While Hung was performing his ritual at the ancestral altar, he heard Boo calling his name. Leaving it there, he went downstairs and was startled to see his younger brother looking pale, holding his chest, and coughing heavily. Hung asked with concern, "Are you okay? You don't look well. Lately, I've been experiencing pain and discomfort in my chest. Have you seen a doctor about this condition?" "Don't be complacent and wait until it gets worse." Boo nodded and replied, "I have seen a doctor, but the illness hasn't been identified. An's wife from the adjacent alley has a son serving in the army in Laos who has been haunted by a female spirit, which worries me. Tuan, her son, is unable to handle this, so I came to ask for your help. I remember you mentioning this before. When can we start? Sigh. We've made many appointments but never managed to meet. It's like there's something obstructing us. An's son is now emaciated. I'm also unwell, and Hung is due to give birth soon. Can you and Tien consult the ancient texts for me? Evil spirits can be very cunning. Now you should go rest. I'll look into it and let you know. Oh, and give me the address." "Yes." Having said that, Boo handed over a small piece of paper with the address of the family whose son had been haunted by the female spirit, then swiftly departed. Today, the family of my husband's younger stepbrother returned from Hong Kong. It is said that their attempt to immigrate to the United States failed, so they were detained in Hong Kong, living as refugees for many years. Only now have they been allowed to return home and reunite with their family. Fate can be unkind. Escaping poverty is not easy. In the evening, our house was lively like a festival. The two children of Uncle Thung returned along with Thun and Vian's child, bringing excitement to the whole neighborhood. They played around the bamboo bushes fearlessly. The youngest aunt still works as a tailor, approaching 30 years old without owning her own shop yet, so she hasn't considered marriage. It's not that there's no one interested, but she's waiting for her career to stabilize a bit more before thinking about it. At the dinner table, after many years apart from the family, everyone was lively, chatting endlessly. Uncle Thang raised his glass of wine cheerfully and said, "Has our youngest aunt found anyone yet? If not, I'll be the matchmaker. I have a friend who also returned from Hong Kong. He's planning to open a building materials store." The youngest aunt jokingly replied, "Sounds tempting. Uncle Thang, you should find someone for me." "All right, it's settled then." Then he turned to Mr. May and Mrs. Huang. "Our son-in-law and daughter were granted some money by the Hong Kong government, so they're thinking of buying a small house of their own." Mr. Huang nodded in agreement. "Well, that's great news, but let the newly returned couple rest first. Take your time to explore and then make the purchase. Building a house, installing doors, everything requires caution. Okay, Dad, please check which direction is suitable for our age. Leave it to me. Now let's eat. The food is getting cold." As the family enjoyed their meal and conversation, it felt like a long time since they had been so lively. Looking at the clock, it was already 10 p.m. Uncle Tang and his wife bid everyone farewell, but when they glanced around, they couldn't find the children anywhere. They panicked and went searching. After a while, their eldest daughter ran back. "Dad, I can't find Thang anywhere. I've been looking and looking, but can't find him." Uncle Thang was alarmed. Goodness, they were playing together. How can he suddenly disappear? "We were playing hide and seek. He was hiding, but I couldn't find him." Oh no! Immediately, everyone started searching. But the more they searched, the less they found any trace of the boy. Uncle Thang called out his son's name loudly, but there was no response. People started to fear the worst, thinking Thun might have been kidnapped. However, there had never been any kidnapping cases in this alley before. Mr. Huang worried for his grandson and went to search in the neighboring alley, but still found nothing. Playing hide and seek at this hour, making everyone worry like this? Huang sighed. "I don't know where else to look for him now. He's probably hiding somewhere and fell asleep. Our only option now is to go home and wait." "You're right. How could he fall asleep while playing? Or maybe he's been taken by a ghost." Hearing me speak, Huang paused. "Yeah, maybe. Could it be? I'll go search in the dense bushes and bamboo grove." After saying that, both of us quickly ran back. It was nearly 11 p.m. The bamboo grove was still illuminated by the yellow light from above, with the iron plate covering it. Huang and I used our flashlights to search around the bamboo grove, but we couldn't find the boy there. Huang turned around, but then stopped abruptly. He must have been hidden by a ghost. A child his age couldn't possibly hide so well, right? "You stay here and shine the light. I'll climb into the bamboo grove to search." I didn't say anything, quickly shining the light for Huang to go in. As soon as I moved the bushes aside, Huang shouted, "Oh my God! Fen! Little Fen! Here he is!" Fen was sitting there, crying softly, unable to say anything. Huang lifted him up and glared into the bamboo grove. "Stop hiding, people, or I'll cut down all these trees." As we returned, Fen was still trembling with fear, clinging tightly to his mother. Mr. Huang gave him a packet of snacks and kept asking until he finally spoke. While I was playing, someone called out offering candy. Then they dragged me into the bamboo grove. I saw everyone. I heard Dad calling, but I couldn't speak or get up. I was so scared, Grandpa. "Who?" Mr. Huang frowned. "This happened again? I understand. Now it's late. Let the children sleep here tonight and we'll go back tomorrow. And Huang Min, come over early tomorrow. There's something we need to discuss." The incident with Fen being hidden by a ghost made the kids no longer dare to mention the bamboo grove. Could it be true that ghosts hide people? I turned to look out the window, the wind blowing fiercely, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle. I was about to close the window when Hung stopped me. Leave the window open for some fresh air. Don't close it. Hick, hick. I used to be cautious of the bamboo grove. Should we just cut it down? Always talking about being scared of ghosts. Let's go to bed. We'll visit Grandma early tomorrow. Probably going ghost hunting again. And this time, I've decided not to let you come with me. But I've made up my mind. Now go to sleep. The next morning, when Hung and I went over, Uncle Thang Thu had already taken the kids back home. Than looked pale from the fright. He probably wouldn't dare to play near the bamboo grove again. Listening to the story of Aunt Anne's family, both Hung and I felt worried. Knowing about Mr. Boo's plan, it wouldn't be easy to persuade him. Now we had to find a way to solve it unexpectedly. But Mr. Hung didn't tell me how. Next to me, Hung signaled for me to follow his lead. When I nodded, Hung spoke up. We're off today. I'm taking my wife shopping. I grabbed my bag and followed Hung to the market. After stopping by the vegetable store, we both went to the public restroom in the market to quickly change into our school uniforms. The bag we brought along was filled with all the necessary items. Hung and I arrived at Aunt Anne's house and called out. After a while, a voice echoed from inside. Who's there? Oh, we're Bitch's friends. We came to borrow a notebook for homework. Last time, I had to go back to the countryside for some family matters. Bitch went to the bookstore. She'll be back later. Can we come in and wait, please? Sure, come in to avoid the sun. Little Bitch will be back soon. Aunt Anne opened the door, but was a bit suspicious as she had never seen us before. Seeing this, I handed her a bag of fruit. Inside was a note intentionally left visible. We're Mr. Boo's grandchildren. Please follow the instructions and remember to keep it a secret. Just as planned, Hung pushed the door open and walked in while saying, Your house has a spacious courtyard. The smell of jasmine is so delightful. Anon chuckled and replied, You're completely mistaken. Later, I'll pick some for you to take home. The kids in the neighborhood often come over to ask for some, don't they? Yes. Hung and I went to the jasmine tree, a small tree with many fruits indeed. Taking a piece of paper with a drawing resembling a river, I placed it under the other side of the tree's trunk so that people entering wouldn't notice it. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Mom, why did you let them into the house? I looked over and saw a skinny young man with fierce eyes. Seeing this, Aunt Anne quickly said, They're friends of your sister Beach. They came to borrow a notebook for homework. No, Mom. Please ask them to leave. They're not Beach's friends. Why? Why do you know they're not her friends? He glared and growled. Because I've never seen them before. Okay, go to your room and rest. I'll call them to leave. Reluctantly, he went upstairs without responding to Aunt Anne, sneaking glances along the way. Meanwhile, Hung flipped open the notebook and wrote, Let's lure this ghost out, Aunt. Aunt Anne asked inquisitively, Where are you planning to lure it to, dear? Let's take it to the temple near our house. Stick this note on the front door, and you find a way to keep it close to him, like in his pocket or under his shirt. Aunt Anne nodded and hurried upstairs. It took a while for her to come back down, followed by the young man. It seemed like the ghost was being subdued by Mr. Hung's soldiers, so it followed quietly without saying a word. When they arrived at a temple near the house, he stopped and said, I'm not going in there. Aunt Anne said gently, Let's go in and pray to Buddha for peace and enlightenment. Despite Aunt Anne's plea, he stubbornly refused to enter, standing there with his head bowed. Unable to wait any longer, Hung went over and grabbed his hand, pulling him along. Ha! Suddenly, he laughed, a laughter that sent shivers down my spine. Refusing to enter at first, but once inside, he approached the statue of Laughing Buddha mockingly. He patted its belly and burst into laughter. Hey! What do you eat to get this fat? Ha ha ha, you're too fat! Eat less, okay? Ha ha! Hung, enraged, shouted. It's inappropriate to speak nonsense in front of Buddha's statue. He turned to look at Hung, then fell silent. But suddenly he hugged himself and cried out in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. You guys, you've cursed me. Aunt An, crying, pleaded. Please spare my child. I will make offerings of money and gold. Hoo. You won't get away with this. With that, he continued to hug himself in pain. Then he turned and walked back towards his house. When he arrived, I saw Mr. Hung and Mr. Tian standing there, holding a branch of strawberry with its leaves intact. Sensing the ghostly presence within him, he bowed his head and quickly entered the house. Suddenly, he grabbed Aunt Anne's hand. You are my child, not some ghost. Why is our house so hot today? I know, Mom. Let me get you a cold drink now. And just like that, the ordeal seemed to come to an end, leaving us all in relief. He nodded and sat down under the jujube tree, waiting. Aunt Anne brought a glass of water and offered it to him, but he suddenly shouted, Mom, what did you put in the water? Splish, splish. The sudden sound of a whip from behind startled the ghost, making her cry out, I'm Aunt Anne's child. I'm Aunt Anne's real child. Please don't hit me anymore. Hoo. Mr. Hung sternly demanded, will you tell us your real name now? I'm Aunt Anne's child. You're all teachers. How can you mistake a ghost for a human? Mr. Tian immediately poured urine onto the strawberry branch, its odor unpleasant indeed. Despite using spiritual methods against the ghost, seeing Aunt Anne in agony filled them with immense pity. She cried and pleaded, please spare my child. A ghost and a human are different. The ghost's voice within him whispered, It's me. Mom, don't believe them. Mr. Hung, seeing the ghost denying its identity within the other person's body, sought a way to subdue it. After some thought, he took the urine-soaked strawberry branch, smeared it with excrement, and rubbed it vigorously on his hands. At that moment, the ghost couldn't bear the pain and fell to its knees. Please stop hitting me. I'm from the border of Laos. Why did you follow them here? That day, I was bathing by the stream. Their unit passed by. I secretly fell in love and followed. I love him. Heavens, how can a ghost fall in love with a human? The ghost chuckled softly and replied, they say, a demon can do anything, even something like this. Ha ha ha. After speaking, the ghost swiftly rushed to kick the water jug away and snapped the strawberry branch, stomping on it. Mr. Tian quickly fetched a betel nut tube and squirted it directly at him. The ghost held his face and cried out, oh, no, hoo, can anyone save me? My eyes, hoo. Anton choked with tears. Sir, the ghost may be a demon, but the body is my child. Mr. Hung waved his hand. Don't worry, I've anticipated this situation. The ghost turned demon. Very cunning indeed. Bound by the virtual rope, the ghost struggled to kneel and bow. Sir, please spare me, I repent. Hoo, I dare not. I dare not anymore. I am Fifi, 23 years old. From now on, you shall be bound forever from harming others. Return to where you dwelled. If you don't keep your word, your soul will scatter. I don't want to go back. Please accept me as your disciple. Mr. Hung shook his head. I do not take disciples. I beg you, sir. I beg you. At that moment, Mr. Tian signaled to his brother that he agreed to accept him. He marked the back of the ghost's neck with the red color of the betel nut water, then said, from now on, the ghost is my disciple to command. From this moment forth, the ghost cannot follow that man anymore. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I understand. Mr. Tian wrote the name of the ghost on a piece of paper, stuck it in a small incense bowl, chanted softly for a while, then put it in the bag. Opposite the ghost, he began to struggle and gradually fade away. Mr. Tian turned to Aunt Anne. Let him rest for a while. When he wakes up, he will be alert, but he needs time to recover physically and mentally. I see that when the other ghost escaped from him, he only had 2 vias left. Men usually have 7 vias. Losing 5 is almost death. I've just restored him. Oh my God. I hope the masters help my family. Hick hick. Handing a small box to Aunt Anne, Mr. Tien said, "Every day at 10 in the morning, you burn 1 packet. I've numbered the days, 1 packet for each day. Burn until the 49th day, then I'll come back." Yes, yes, my family thanks the masters. Staying there for a while longer, my wife and I, along with the gentleman, also left. The scenes of catching ghosts earlier were nothing new to me. Sometimes easy, sometimes hard. Ghosts becoming demons, their voices flipped beyond belief. But why are there so many ghosts? Why do they always want to follow people to capture them into the underworld? I remember Mr. Hung once said that it's because they are hungry and thirsty ghosts, so they wander in the mortal realm hoping to smell incense. Moreover, nowadays people are still poor and the rituals are not fully observed. Throughout the year, only on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month can the wandering souls be fed with a pot of watery rice porridge. Hearing it is one thing, but honestly, I feel conflicted. When my grandmother was alive, she used to say, "The dead are dead. They don't know anything, so there's no need to set a table full of food for them to eat." And then there's when the soul leaves the body, it is taken by the underworld's judge to be judged. If that's the case, then the ghosts that Mr. Bao Hung and his 2 brothers subdue, when they die, are they not imprisoned and judged? So when they ascend to the world to meet the weaker ones, they threaten them. Haze, what are you thinking while walking? Hung's voice next to me snapped me out of my train of thought. I laughed and quickened my pace a bit. Passing by, there was a house under renovation. I recognized it as Kian's house at the end of the alley. Just as Kian stepped out of the house, I greeted him. "Are you all returning from the rituals early today?" Mr. Hung stopped and replied, "It's been a while since we last met. You've gained some weight, nephew. Are you fixing up the house?" "Yes, I've gained a few kilos recently from working night shifts. Today, I'm adding a gate outside." "You're building a wall on the outside too?" "Yes, I'm making the gate for Feng Shui. A house should have a gate, not just be dilapidated like that." Mr. Hung fell silent for a moment, looked inside, then hesitated. "Kin, you should tear down the outer wall. Don't build the gate anymore." Kin hurriedly asked, "Why is that, sir? I've already ordered the iron gate from Mr. Kung's house. Can I just go there and pick it up now?" "My house has 4 interconnected doors, the bathroom door, the lower room door, the main door, and the gate. Like this, it's not okay. Our ancestors said, 4 is death." "What are you saying, sir? 4 is death. What does that mean? If you don't believe it, just consider it my slip of the tongue. Please accept my apologies." After saying that, Mr. Hung and we walked away, leaving behind Kian's uncomfortable gaze as he had just gotten up and didn't achieve anything, only to hear unlucky words. Back home, after putting down the bag, I started frying rice. There's still a bit of roasted pork left from yesterday. It tasted so good with pickled mustard greens. After a while, my older brother came back from work, threw the sawdust into the corner of the kitchen, and said, "Mr. Kung's iron gate seems to be surrounded by a lot of people for some reason." "Mr. Kung's house, huh?" "Yeah, I just passed by and saw a crowd, but it was so crowded and dirty that I didn't stop to watch. I heard someone died. I listened curiously and hurriedly ran off. Just as I turned into the alley leading to Mr. Boo's house, I saw everyone bustling around, discussing loudly. Even the police were there. Thinking about this morning's incident, I asked a man standing next to me, Who's in trouble?" That guy Kian, from the alley outside, wasn't satisfied with the iron gate, so he decided to weld it himself. I don't know how he stumbled into the exposed electrical wires. Mr. Kung came out to turn off the power, but he was too late. If only he had let the professional handle it. Suddenly, there was a voice from the police. Everyone, please give us some space to work. Surely someone reported it, and at this moment, I saw Kian's wife running back. She ran through the crowd crying hysterically, and then, after a while, decided to take her husband's body back home instead of transferring it to the funeral home. Neighbors lent a hand, and eventually, Kian was brought back home. The wall intended for the outer gate was still incomplete because they were waiting for the iron door to arrive. The one who conducted Kian's funeral rites was Mr. Hung. Because Hung didn't dare to go alone, as it seemed he had predicted that something would happen in the morning. The 4 doors facing the alleyway made the house seem cramped, yet with too many entrances. People from the neighborhood poured out to watch and discuss various matters, causing passers-by to stop and inquire. Mr. Hung took charge of preparing Kian's funeral rites, so they were ready early in the morning. Normally, when someone dies on the street or at the market, they are taken to the funeral home for the funeral arrangements. However, Kian's case was different. Therefore, the funeral arrangements had to be careful and thorough in every aspect. After arranging the tools, they only had to wait for the appointed time to begin. Mr. Hung told Kian's family, the family should watch over the body carefully. We will start at 3 p.m. Make sure to keep the cat away. Yes, our family will assign someone to watch over it carefully. At noon, there were still many curious onlookers outside, peering inside. On the bed, the corpse was covered with a thin blanket, and on the face lay a piece of paper with gold coins. A new knife with a sharp blade was placed across the abdomen. Suddenly, a cat meowed, a black cat on the wall opposite with a guava tree. Hung hurriedly ran out to chase it away, and the people inside also rushed out to chase the cat away. As if understanding human language, the cat turned around to look. It stretched its neck and meowed softly. After that meow, 2 other cats leisurely walked over. They meowed softly, almost whispering. Despite waving hands or throwing sandals, they refused to leave. Suddenly, the black cat ran into the house. Everyone held their breath. "Damn cat! What do we do now?" Mr. Hung whispered, "Don't do anything. Otherwise, it might jump over the body." They're most attracted to the smell of a fresh corpse. Before Mr. Hung could finish speaking, the cat approached Kian's body, sniffed around, and pawed at the paper covered with gold coins, causing the stack of paper to rustle and almost fall. It used its paw to scratch at the stack, revealing the pale, bruised face with dark lips of the corpse. I looked, and it seemed like Kian's eyes were blinking. Those present dared not come closer to catch it. The cat then approached the knife placed across the abdomen of the corpse and licked it. Suddenly, the cat jumped away, hitting the wall, then ran down to the kitchen. Kian's body suddenly sat up, sitting upright, eyes wide open, staring blankly. Ma, outside, people screamed and ran in chaos. But then the body lay back in its original position, arms wrapped in a pair of loose stockings. Mr. Hung spoke loudly. "Everyone stay calm. It's okay now. Kian's family, find me a bed net to put around the bed again." Kian's family spoke up. "It's almost time for the funeral rites, sir." "It's almost time, so put it back up." If the cat jumps again, it'll be hard to predict. The net was put back up, and no one outside dared to look in. The scene just now was too terrifying. No one had the mindset to continue with the funeral rites. Today, my mother-in-law bought a delicious piece of pork belly, so she asked me to go to Mrs. Hung's house to buy some noodles for a change of meal for the whole family. Mrs. Hung had just given birth to a baby, so I also wanted to visit her and hopefully get some blessings for my own child soon. Mrs. Hung laid the baby down in the cradle and then turned to me. "Don't overthink it. A child is a gift from above, but with too much worrying, it's easy to attract negative energy. Why don't you ask for permission to work?" I replied sadly. "There are jobs available in distant places, but since it's far from home, Hung doesn't agree." I hadn't finished speaking when the baby started coughing violently and his whole body turned purple. Mrs. Hung panicked and tried to perform first aid, but to no avail. There was no one at home at that moment. Fortunately, a neighbor passing by on a motorcycle took her and her child to the hospital. After examining the child, the doctor shook his head. "The child won't make it. The family should take him home." Mrs. Hung's face turned pale. "Why? Why is this happening? What's wrong with my child, doctor?" The child choked on phlegm in the throat. That's all we can conclude. The family should prepare themselves mentally. The baby was taken home. He lay there, his entire body purple. We couldn't do anything but watch. Mrs. Hung cried a lot and wanted to choose a little outfit for her child herself. Mrs. Hung and I went to where they sold baby clothes. Trying to push the pain aside, we went to choose. As soon as we stepped in, we accidentally bumped into a passerby. This woman was dressed like a Hmong. Mrs. Hung hurriedly said, "Auntie, please forgive us." The Hmong woman looked and replied, "Your family is going through something, aren't they? Our child couldn't be saved. We're here to choose some clothes." With that, Mrs. Hung wiped her tears and stepped into the area where baby clothes were sold. Suddenly, the Hmong woman held her hand back. "Wait, or have the child drink my herbal medicine. Maybe it'll save him." Mrs. Hung was surprised. Auntie, you think it'll save him?" The Hmong woman nodded and took a bundle of leaves from her bag. "Take this home, boil it, and let the child drink the water. If he recovers, return the money to me in 3 days. Also, if he recovers and you don't return the money, consider our meeting never happened." Saying that, she handed the package to Mrs. Hung and continued. "Put 3 cups of water in. Boil until 1 cup remains. Just a pinch each time, 3 times a day. Go home now and make it for the child. Hopefully it's not too late." Mrs. Hung and I thanked the woman and quickly went home. When we arrived, the courtyard of Mr. Boo's house was crowded with relatives coming to offer condolences. Seeing the two of us, Mr. Boo spoke up quickly. "Couldn't find any baby clothes, or what's with the empty hands?" Mrs. Hung cried and said, We have medicine. We still have hope." Looking at the medicine packet, Mr. Boo said nothing, but in his heart, he also hoped for a miracle to help his grandchild wake up. I hurried into the kitchen to start boiling the herbal leaves as quickly as possible. The hot medicine was left to cool in front of the fan. Mrs. Hung lifted the child's head and spooned each mouthful of the medicine into his mouth until the cup was empty. Even though the cup was empty, the baby showed no signs of waking up. Mr. Boo, with red eyes from crying, said in despair, "The doctor came back and said there was no hope, and now you're doing this? It'll only add to our heartache. Let your father go buy Tuan here, so we can prepare for the worst." A little later, Tuan returned with the baby clothes, which were placed next to the unfortunate baby. Unable to accept the truth that they would lose their child, Mrs. Hung cried until she was exhausted, making everyone present unable to hold back their tears. Wrapped in the baby clothes was a white cloth. After washing it with fragrant leaf water, the baby was dressed in the new outfit and tightly wrapped. Only his little face with closed eyes was left exposed. Mr. Boo put a few toys that the baby usually smiled at into it. After the rituals were completed, Mr. Boo said, "It's almost time. Cover the baby's face and close the baby clothes." Mrs. Hung choked up and hugged the baby clothes, crying silently. Suddenly, cries came from inside the baby clothes. Boo exclaimed, "The baby is crying! The baby is really crying!" Mrs. Hung frantically opened the white cloth, and inside the baby clothes, the baby opened his eyes, crying and moving his mouth as if asking for food. Mrs. Hung hugged her child and tried to speak with a choked voice. My child is alive again! Someone go make the medicine." The medicine that helped me. I rushed downstairs to put the pot of medicine on to boil. What luck! The baby woke up, and by the third day, his health stabilized. Everyone in the family was overjoyed and couldn't believe what had happened with the packet of medicine from that Hmong woman. Just as she had said, today Mrs. Hung and I went to the meeting point. The Hmong woman was already there. Seeing us, she nodded and smiled. The baby recovered, didn't he? Mrs. Hung said tearfully, "Thank you for saving my child's life. My family is grateful to you." The baby isn't out of the woods yet. Thank you, Aunt, for saving my child. Today is exactly 3 days. The medicine costs $70,000. But there's one more thing Aunt wants to remind you. When at home, don't call the baby by his real name. Yes, Aunt, let me send you the money. My child still often calls him Dog. Mrs. Hung replied and handed Aunt a 100 bill, but Aunt only took the exact amount she mentioned. Aunt put the bag on her shoulder and then said, "Well then, that's good. As for the medicine money, it's taken care of. Aunt has things to do, so I'll be off now." Saying so, Aunt turned and I quickly chased after her. "Aunt, if the kids want to meet you, what should they do?" Aunt looked at me and smiled. Do they really need Aunt's help to meet? The baby finished the medicine, so he's fine now. But I didn't have a chance to say more as Aunt quickly turned into a nearby alley. Last night there was a storm. Trees swayed as if they were about to break. I cleaned up the wide area where the mulberry fell to the drain, then went out into the alley. The bamboo leaves stuck tightly due to the rain, making it difficult to sweep. At the same time, my older brother returned from Uncle Tung's carpentry workshop, and seeing the situation, he said, "All wet like this, and you're sweeping the heavens. Just leave it there, sister-in-law, and help me buy some stuff." "Oh, aren't you going to work today?" It's still raining heavily, so Uncle Tung, the carpenter, gave us a day off. Later, I have a few friends coming over. The house is still dry, so we plan to make a few snacks. Okay, I'll finish sweeping here and then go buy them. With this wind and rain, after sweeping, the bamboo leaves will fall again like nothing happened. After saying so, my brother went into the kitchen to find a packet of dried squid. Because he rarely had friends over, he was very excited. I went to buy groceries, and when I did, he personally cooked in the kitchen. Looking at my brother, I thought of Sister Thui again. I wonder how she's doing now. Did she keep the baby and raise it alone, or not? At this moment, I think if my brother had agreed to marry her, things might be different now. Fan and Vian's 2 children were delighted to see guests arriving, playing and joking around. Since it was a stormy day, my in-laws didn't bother tidying up the rice stall, and Hung didn't have a ceremony to attend, so he borrowed a martial arts movie to watch. By lunchtime, my older brother brought out a fragrant and enticing meal. "Food's here! Come and get it, folks!" Indeed, on a stormy day, there's nothing better than drinking and chatting. But one person spoke up. What's there to do in this storm? After drinking, everyone just goes home and sleeps. Boring as hell. A guy named Quan raised his voice. Who says there's nothing to do? There are plenty of things to do. I challenge you all to come to the cemetery in our alley tonight. Forget it. Let us be. Don't bring up the cemetery for no reason. Even if you paid me, I wouldn't go. That place is haunted. Go there and you'll see. That's why I'm challenging you. Whoever goes gets 200,000. This guy Quan never backs down. With that, Quan pulled out 2 100 bills and waved them high. Seeing the money, my older brother exclaimed, "Holy cow, that's worth half a month's work chopping wood. Let me." Tonight, I'll go out. Hung, sitting nearby, chuckled and spoke up. "Big bro, are you that brave? Aren't you scared? If you ask me to go with you, I'd have to think twice." What's there to be scared of? You just go out and come back. Understanding the playful intent, Quan quickly added, "Here's the rule. Tonight at 9, we go out. Bring a plastic bag, nails, a hammer, and a flashlight. My older brother was surprised. Goodness, why would you bring those to the cemetery? You have to mark where you've been for us to believe you went. Otherwise, you could just go anywhere and claim you went to the cemetery. Without evidence, why should we believe you? Haha. My older brother looked a bit embarrassed initially, thinking he could trick his friends. As for me, I enjoyed this game of challenge, watching them dare each other, eagerly awaiting the outcome to see who would lose. Would my older brother win the 200,000? So, are you in or not? Why so quiet? At this point, my older brother asked again, "When I go, will you guys follow me?" Quan shook his head. "We'll follow you out. That's the challenge. We'll wait at home while you go to the cemetery and then stop by a grave outside. Use the nail to pin down the plastic bag. Tomorrow morning, if we see the bag still on the grave, you win." "All right, let's do it. You think I'm afraid of this? Let's finish our drinks." As the night grew darker, the rain intensified. When everyone was present, Quan, the one who posed the challenge, spoke up nervously. "With this heavy rain, meeting a ghost is almost guaranteed. Or, are you giving up?" "Give up? How can I? I'm going now. The rest of you can go home and wait until tomorrow morning." Saying that, my older brother put on his raincoat, took a flashlight, and didn't forget items requested by the challenger, then quickly set off. Although he said whoever's home waits, his friends stayed behind. They wanted to see how my brother would react when he returned. The cemetery from our small alley was about a mile away. There were some newly buried graves even outside the main area. Quan looked at his watch, only 10 in the evening, and chuckled. He must be on his way back. Imagine his face, pale from fear, probably trying hard not to laugh. Haha. The group laughed, picturing someone scared of ghosts and laughing. But by 11 o'clock, my brother still hadn't returned. Quan and we started to worry because if he went out, he'd be back soon. It shouldn't take this long. Worried that something might have happened, I hurriedly suggested, "Maybe we should go out and look for them? It's not okay to wait this long." Quan waved his hands and said, "Oh, if he went to the cemetery at this hour, he might be dead. I'm not going anywhere. But it's been hours and he hasn't returned. What if something happened?" Right after that, someone in the group spoke up. "Let's go. We have to find him. Even if we're scared, we have to go." Hung, I, and my brother's friends brought flashlights and headed to the cemetery. Quan's voice trembled. Who will go first?" The decision was made for Hung to lead with the flashlight, followed by me, and finally, my brother's friends. A few dozen meters from the cemetery, Hung shone the light around and said, "He must have come back. I don't see anyone except for graves." "This guy. You know we're scared, yet you still mention it." "I'm serious. I've been shining the light, but no one's there. Let's split up and search." "Let's stick together, searching. Why split up like that, huh?" Suddenly, Hung pointed the light ahead and said, "There's a new grave over there. Let's check it out, guys." Okay. We approached, experiencing our first nighttime visit to the cemetery. Oh my goodness, it was eerie and chilling. I panicked when I saw a figure in a raincoat similar to my brother's lying there and hastily exclaimed, "Who's lying there? It looks like my brother." Everyone rushed over, and indeed, it was my brother. He was unconscious, with the raincoat draped over him and the flashlight still shining. Hung urgently said, "Brother, wake up! Wake up!" Quan also chimed in, Hey, wake up! You should have hammered the nail into the bag. Why didn't you come back?" My brother slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "I hammered the nail into the plastic bag, but somehow someone kept pulling it. I was so scared." I looked at the nail that was hammered and, despite feeling scared, burst into laughter. "Oh my goodness, you did hammer it for real, but somehow you managed to hammer it into the raincoat too, so it got pulled back. Ha ha ha." His friends laughed loudly, as if forgetting their fear. "We bow to you. Let's go back. You win." Right after that, my brother and the rest of us turned around when suddenly we heard a loud noise. My brother stared ahead tremblingly. "Did you guys hear anything? Like someone singing a lullaby, putting someone to sleep. Don't mess with us. I'm serious. Serious. If you don't believe me, listen. Awo, vaya." At that moment, we all looked towards the tomb ahead. On the low grave, there was a faint figure with long white hair, hands cradled, softly singing a lullaby in the middle of the echoing midnight. Nearby, fireflies flickered on and off. Without saying a word, we all bolted and ran away. After that night, nobody mentioned what we saw in the cemetery that night again. My brother was the winner of the game. Even though he got the 200,000 VND, I never saw him go anywhere alone at night again. In the evening, probably because of the spiderweb dust, my eyes were itchy and uncomfortable. I quickly went to the pharmacy at the end of the alley to buy some medicine. As I reached the end near Mr. Boo's house, I heard someone calling my name. "Where are you going so late, sis?" It was Kung, Aunt Hung's eldest son, walking the opposite way with a bright light, so I didn't see him. "You scared me. Why are you making so much noise at night like this? I'm going to buy some eye drops." "Why didn't you ask Brother Hung to buy it for you?" "Going out at night might encounter ghosts, sis. And you're the wife of the ritual master, so you might scare the ghosts away, huh?" I slapped Kung's hand playfully. "Oh, stop teasing me. You go home first. You have the morning shift tomorrow. When you get back, tell Brother Hung that someday you'll come over. We've been planning to go to the river for a bath, but never got around to it." "Okay, I'll talk to him when I get back." Kung nodded and quickly walked across the spacious courtyard, passing Mr. Boo's house on the way home. In the morning, Hung came running back in a panic and said to me, Something happened." I went with Uncle Hung to Kung's workplace. "Huh? What happened there?" "Kung had an accident at the shipyard where he works. They just reported it." "How did that happen?" Hick. Just the other day I saw Kung. I don't know the exact cause either. Sigh, I feel sorry for him," Hung said before quickly leaving. And that evening, Kung's body was transferred to the funeral home. Seeing Uncle Hung standing next to the coffin with white floral wreaths was heart-wrenching. Neighbors and relatives mourned the loss of the diligent and well-behaved young man. Kung promised to use his earnings to support his mother and not make her sell noodles anymore. I suddenly remembered the incident with the revived dog from the little coffin. Could Kung be one of the two who had to go? Is it fate like this, or karma due to Mr. Boo's diminishing business prospects? If so, is this fate coming to each of Mr. Boo's children? The funeral arrangements were completed, and Uncle Hung was devastated by the loss of his son. Kung had insurance from work that would provide the family with a sum of money, and the company also covered the funeral expenses. But once someone is gone, no amount of money can bring them back. Since that day, Mr. Boo's health deteriorated, and he was bedridden. His son Tuan wrote a letter asking if there was any ceremony that could be performed. If not, he would talk to Mr. Dale, Hung and Mr. Tien. Now feeling unwell after a fit of coughing, Mr. Boo held his neck, whispering to his son, "Son, invite Mr. Tien, Mr. Hung, to come over. I have something to say." Cough, cough. "Dad, don't scare me. Are you okay?" "No, I'm not okay. Hurry up." Mr. Tien and Mr. Hung, upon hearing Ton's words, hurriedly went to Kwang's house. Uncle, Boo, it's almost time for him to go down there. When I came over here at the end of the alley, I saw many spirits." Mr. Boo nodded. I know. Uncle, listen to me. Even if you're beaten to death, don't reveal the way our family handled spirits." Seeing his younger brother nodding, Mr. Tien leaned closer and whispered, "Don't reveal how we treated corpses, and never bring anyone home." Suddenly, Mr. Hung interrupted. But what if we're forced to reveal it due to being beaten? What if it's similar to the family of Doom? Then we'll become our own spirit when we die. We should prepare ourselves with curses to harm ourselves upon death. The more sinister, the better. That's the only way to protect everyone. After saying this, Mr. Tien turned to ask Mr. Bu, "Have you prepared everything?" Mr. Bu pointed to the pillow at the head of his bed and replied, "Yes, little nephew left it under here. Take a look, see if it's enough." Mr. Tien pulled out a stack of papers from under his nephew's pillow with various colors and even small incense sticks. After examining it, Mr. Tien shook his head. "This is not enough. I'll make more for you, especially the mouth seals. No matter how much you're beaten, you won't be able to scream. And of course, you won't be able to bring anyone back." "Yes, please do that, brother. I feel spirits coming to take me away. My guards and soldiers can't stop them." As Mr. Bu spoke, he lowered his hand. Outside, there was the sound of a bird chirping. Hearing the birds chirping, thinking that his younger brother was still alive, Mr. Tien approached again and skeptically touched Mr. Bu's nose with his hand. "He's already gone." And the pigs chirping from earlier. Could there be another funeral coming up in this alley? Mr. Hung nodded upon hearing this. "I also think so. Whenever this bird chirps, it means there's a death nearby. It's all fate. Now, we need to carefully handle Mr. Bu's aftermath, because even though we've prepared, I still feel very worried. If he's tortured down there and can't bear it, he might come back to take us and our descendants." Mr. Tien remained silent, checking the time on his watch before pressing a button. At this moment, Mrs. Hung rushed up from downstairs, her eyes brimming with tears at the sight of her father lying there. Mr. Hung spoke sadly. "Be strong, don't cry. When it's time to go, we must go." Mrs. Hung choked up. "My son Kung just passed away not long ago, just before the 49th day. I wonder if my father will be reunited with him?" When the topic of spiritual reunification was brought up, Mr. Tien intervened. "Your father's life will end here. He won't be able to go down, but will still perform the proper rituals and precautions. As for Kung, it's fate. These two departed souls won't reunite. Please quickly inform everyone about the funeral arrangements. Let your father stay in bed tonight without anyone approaching or touching him. Tomorrow morning, we'll take care of everything." Listening to Mr. Hung talk about Mr. Bu's worsening condition, neither I nor Hung could believe that it had happened so quickly. Mr. Hung sighed. "What can we do when fate has been decided? The important thing now is to ensure that Mr. Bu cannot bring anyone back." Hearing this, Hung was surprised and asked, "If that's the case, how can he come back on his death anniversary? Moreover, Grandma also said there's no reunification. That's the rule passed down from our family's tradition. Later, when it's Grandma's turn to lie down, you all must do the same. If not, she'll be forced to come back and take all her descendants." Goodness, what Grandma said seems so illogical to me. Our family has been helping people ward off evil spirits for generations. So why, when someone dies, are they accused and then come back to take others? Imagine if there were no spiritual practitioners. Wouldn't ghosts roam freely then? Sigh. There's no way to explain it to you now, dear. Let's put aside our own concerns for now, but we must remember the procedures to reassure Grandma later. Hung, go ask the neighbors if anyone has a rooster for sale for Grandma. Hung hurried off, and when he returned, he was carrying a rooster. He wasn't sure how to perform the reassurance rituals, but he would note down what Grandma instructed for future reference. Seeing Hung had acquired what was needed, Mr. Hung hastened. Quickly slaughter the rooster and pour its blood into a glass jar, then tie its legs together. After that, come and help me grind ink. Once everything was prepared, Mr. Hung took a feather pen with red ink and drew various symbols on the rooster's legs. He instructed Hung, "We'll go to the beach early tomorrow. There's a lot to do before the exorcism. Pay attention to what Grandma and Mr. Tin do and take notes. This secret must be preserved for readiness, even for you. It's the way of our profession. Early the next day, Mr. Huang and Mr. Tien were at the youngest brother's house. Approaching the corpse, Mr. Rad, there's still some warmth at his feet. Mr. Tien nodded. He passed away from the top down. That'll make it easier for us to reassure. Standing beside them, Hung and I touched the feet, but they felt cold. How could Mr. Hung say they were warm? Could it be that once you become a practitioner, you perceive things differently? Mr. Bu was dressed in many layers underneath his clothes. A strip of paper with esoteric symbols was placed under his head. His mouth was smeared with rooster blood mixed with wine, and his tongue was marked with red ink. One hand held the rooster's feet, and the other held a bottle of red blood. His whole body was wrapped in yellow cloth with bold, black, knife-shaped patterns. Carefully documenting from the moment of the exorcism to the burial, these procedures are entirely different from what Grandma used to do for other households. Is this the inevitable outcome of practicing exorcism? Could it be one of the reasons why I haven't found a partner yet? Involuntarily, Hung glanced at his wife. Could it be true? With one of the three siblings now gone, it feels like losing a source of spiritual strength in exorcism. Mr. Hung now only performs ancestral and festival rituals for households. In conversations, he often hints to his grandson that he should consider another profession. Sensing this, during his free time, Hung began to explore becoming an electrician. After completing the rituals for Mr. Bu in the first week, Hung, Grandma, and I visited Mr. Tien. It had been a while since we last visited. The silk tree at the gate had grown so big, its branches covering the refreshing path. Ek, ek, ek. Suddenly, the sound of a chicken crowing interrupted. Mr. Hung stopped and looked up, then spoke to his brother. The rooster has been crowing a lot lately. Why does it sound like it's nearby? Like the day at our gate, right? Mr. Tien, feeling uneasy, responded, "Goodness, are you saying there will be a funeral at my house?" "No, that's not what I meant. It's just..." Just then, a neighbor approached. He spoke urgently. "I'm glad to find you here. I've been looking for Mr. Ray twice since morning." Surprised, Mr. Tien asked, "Why did you urgently need to find me? Is something wrong?" "Well, if I'm mistaken, please don't be mad. The thing is, when I was passing by here the other day, I saw a rooster on your gate." "What do you mean? You saw a rooster on my gate?" "Yes, even Mr. Tin from the house next to mine heard it. It's been happening for a few nights now. When I was with Mr. Bu, I also heard it, but couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from." "Oh, I see. Let me go talk to him. You go ahead." Once the neighbor left, we entered the house. Before we could discuss what we had just heard, Mr. Tung's wife greeted us warmly. "Please come in and have some water. I also have a bag of lotus bud tea sent from the countryside." My husband and I chuckled in response. Even though we're nearby, we're so busy we don't have time to visit relatives. What are you saying? Family members should make time for each other, let alone guests like you two. Mrs. Tung interrupted. Then Bin, their only son, emerged from the room and greeted us politely. "Hello, grandparents." Mr. Hung patted his head and said, "Tung's son is very well behaved. He achieved excellent academic results last semester. Tomorrow is his birthday. Mom said she would reward him with a cake of this size." As Bin spoke, he made a gesture with his hand, forming a large circle. Mrs. Tung smiled and patted his shoulder. "My Bin is very smart. Go to Mrs. Luck's grocery store and get me a bottle of soy sauce, okay?" "Yes?" Bin replied before quickly grabbing some money and running off. Ek, ek. Startled by the crowing above his head, Bin looked up at the silk tree. The rooster stared back at him for a moment before finally flying away. In the evening, while I was washing dishes, I heard Mr. Tung calling his daughter-in-law's name. I hurried out. "Vian, have you brought the duck eggs back, dear? If not, please pass along any messages he might have. Let's say tomorrow night, we'll bring the kids over to your place for Bin's birthday. Our kids will also come to make it more fun for him. Sure, we'll be expecting them tomorrow. The next afternoon, Vian's two sons brought a metal box of marbles to the open space near Uncle Dung's house where they used to play before. Seeing Bin standing by the silk tree, Vian's son pleaded, "Uncle Bin, come play marbles with us." Bin shook his head in refusal. "I can't play now. I need to prepare for my birthday party tonight." "Just for a little while. We'll head over to the beach after this." Hearing their plea, Bin nodded and joined them in playing marbles. In less than 5 minutes, the marbles belonging to Vian's sons were all gone, and they complained. "Uncle Bin, you've won all the marbles. Not fair." Bin chuckled, pleased with his victory and the full box of marbles he won. Suddenly, from the corner across the paper flower tree, a voice chimed in. Hey, let me join too." It was a boy about Bin's age, grinning as he spoke. I live in the alley. I just moved here." Surprised, Bin and Vian's two sons asked, "How come we didn't know about you moving here? But it's getting late now. Stay and play with me a bit longer. I don't know anyone here yet." Bin hesitated for a moment, then boasted, "It's my birthday today, so come over tomorrow and play." "Oh, what a coincidence. Today is also my 10th birthday." The boy clapped his hands in joy, while Bin widened his eyes. "Really? I'm also turning 10 today." "That's true. So tonight, it's my birthday too. And early in the morning, let's go for a swim." Bin shook his head. "I came out here around 4 o'clock. It's already too late now. We won't make it back in time to blow the birthday cake." The boy immediately raised his hand, wearing a watch, and hurriedly said, "Are you mistaken? Look at this. It's only 2 o'clock. I even have a bike. Just went out for a bit and coming back. Then wait for me to ask my parents and we can go together. Why ask for permission to swim here?" At this moment, Than and Vian's two sons grabbed Bin's hand. "Uncle Bin, let us go too." The boy approached again, grinning. "You two go home. My bike only has space for one at the back. I only want Bin to come along." With that said, the boy urged Bin to sit behind him and hurriedly pedaled away. As dusk fell and there was still no sign of Bin, Uncle Tung's wife urged him to go to Than An and Vian's house to look for him. Meanwhile, I ran to get the birthday cake. Uncle Tung wandered through the alleys calling for Bin, but he was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he bumped into Hung on her way back with some noodles and quickly asked, "Did Bin come over to your place this afternoon? I saw him playing with Vian's two sons this afternoon. Hasn't he returned home yet? Maybe he went to the beach." "Okay, I'll go check there. That playful kid might have lost his way back." After answering, Uncle Tung hurriedly left, calling Bin's name as he went. Inside the house, Hung listened intently and then glanced out. "Bin isn't here, Uncle." "Huh? Why did Hung say she saw them playing together this afternoon?" "Yes, but they only played for a little while and then Bin went home to prepare while his mother took him to Uncle's place." Sensing something amiss, Uncle Tung went inside to ask the kids. The eldest one responded, "Bin won some marbles. Then a friend invited him to go swimming, but he didn't let us go with him." Swimming? Swimming? Do you know whose house it is?" "He said his house is in the alley, but I've never met him." Uncle Tung worried. A stranger inviting him and he went along. Truly, he's too playful for his own good. "All right, thank you." Hung found it strange that there was a new family in the alley, as everyone knew when someone moved in or out. So he hurried to help find Bin. The two of them entered the alley. At the last house, there was only the path leading to the cemetery. Squinting into the distance, Uncle Tung fretted. Odd. Did the kids get it wrong? There's no way there's a new family here. Hung nodded and approached the nearby house, knocking on the door. Uncle Ting, are you there? Shortly after, the homeowner came out. What brings you two here? Uncle Tung asked anxiously. Which house in our alley has a son named Bin, like the one from your house? None. No one has moved in. But why? A boy invited Bin to go swimming, claiming their family had just moved here. Hearing this, Uncle Ting became concerned. Oh no, a stranger invited him? Let's go check the dam. He might be so engrossed in playing that he forgot to come back. I'll run outside. Once I find him, he's in for it. Going back to the time around 2 p.m., as the boy had mentioned. Sitting behind the bike, Bin asked his friend, "When did your family move here?" The boy replied casually, "Last week." "Oh, I had no idea. My house is by the side tree. Come over for my birthday party tonight?" Yeah. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? I'm tired," Bin chuckled, pointing towards where some people were swimming and said, Hi, don't say I'm heavy." "But why did you take this road?" "We usually swim over there," the boy replied. "Going to this spot is more fun." With that, he nudged his bike towards the path behind the dam. It was usually deserted. But today, why were there so many people? Bin was surprised. Why is it crowded today? It's usually empty. I already said, let's swim. Let's enjoy life to the fullest, bare for all to see, heh. The boy was excited and accidentally knocked the bike over. Before Bin could say anything, a hand grabbed him and pulled him into the water. The water's so cool. So cool. The people swimming below were shouting. The boy splashed water onto Bin's face. Having fun? Are you having fun? I'm having a blast. But stop splashing water. I can't see anything. The boy stopped splashing and moved closer to Bin. I'm just so happy. Your hair's already wet. As he said this, he reached out and suddenly grabbed Bin's hair, pushing his head underwater. Bin gasped for air and screamed for help, water filling his mouth. Under the water, someone's hand gripped his leg and pulled him down. Someone far away noticed and quickly rowed back. He looked around where Bin had just disappeared and muttered, "Clearly." I saw hands thrashing in the water like they were calling for help. Where did they go? Am I hallucinating? At that moment, Hung and Uncle Tung were standing at the dam. It was already dark, so no one was coming to swim anymore. After searching around and not finding Bin anywhere, Hung spoke up. Maybe by the time we got here, he had already gone home, Uncle. Uncle Tung nodded in agreement. Yeah, maybe he's already at home by now. Let's go. A knock at the door made the microphone buzz loudly. I assumed it wasn't Hung returning, so I went out to check. It was Aunt An, accompanied by someone else. As soon as she saw me, Aunt An smiled and said, "Long time no see. Do you recognize me? This is my relative." "Yes, I recognize you. How have you been lately?" "I was lucky to meet the right doctor that day. She's doing fine now. She'll be getting married next year." "That's great news. I'm happy for your family." "Please come in, Aunt. My mother-in-law is at home." Aunt and her relative went in. Upon meeting my father-in-law, Aunt Ann quickly said, "This is my sister-in-law. We've come to see the doctor, hoping he can help. Her child has been gone for 3 years, and the day of the funeral is approaching. Recently, she's been having dreams every night where her child comes back, saying they were wrongly killed." My father-in-law remained silent for a while, then turned to ask Aunt Ann's sister, "Why did the child pass away?" Aunt Ann's sister replied, tears welling up, "It was an accident, doctor. We did everything we could, waiting for the doctor to return before giving up on treatment." My goodness, if it was an accident, why claim wrongful death? And did the family only start worrying about the funeral after the child passed away? Yes, that's right, doctor. After the last breath, the family started preparing. My father-in-law nodded and sighed. "I understand now. During the funeral, I will accompany you to the gravesite. The family should prepare necessities like the golden horse saddle and cakes. As for the funeral procession procedures, I will ensure everything is done properly for the child, because even 1 second of life is not to be taken lightly. Coming back from the dam, Hung and Uncle Tung rushed home but still couldn't find Bin anywhere. We're in trouble. I've been searching and searching, but no one believes me. Maybe he's been kidnapped. Oh no! Hearing his wife, Uncle Tung hurried off to report to the police. Bin must have been kidnapped for real. On the table, the birthday cake, Happy 10th Birthday Bin, awaited its owner to come back and blow the candles. Suddenly, the overturned plate on the shelf fell without anyone touching it, rolling around. It fell upside down as if someone was digging into a rice pot. Mr. Tien tremblingly picked up the plate, thinking of ominous signs that could happen. Could the crow's cries be related to Bin? Uncle Tung went to report to the police, and they came to the house to take statements. Only the two sons of Tan, Vien, were the only witnesses. People searched all over the neighborhood, but no new houses had moved in. Many reasons were put forward that Bin was kidnapped because he was playing and followed the stranger's invitation. Absolutely no one mentioned the possibility of him drowning. Perhaps they avoided mentioning it during the family's panic, thinking it wouldn't be too good if they did. The crow's cries became more frequent, but strangely, those inside Mr. Tien's house couldn't hear them at all. Neighbors spent a sleepless night, thinking of the worst possible scenarios. Early in the morning, after a sleepless night worrying about their son, the Tung couple was planning to go out to search when there was a loud knock on the door. Uncle Tung hurriedly went out, recognizing it was Than, who asked, "Have you found Bin yet?" "Not yet. We've been up all night worrying, so now my wife and I are planning to go a bit farther to look." "Why, what's the hurry?" Than replied, his voice breaking off. "Hurry, let's go to the dam and see if it's Bin. There's a child's body floating. Swollen. I went to check, but I couldn't recognize." "Oh my goodness. No, it can't be true. It's not Bin." Despite saying that, the Tung couple quickly went to the dam to identify the body again. In their hearts, they silently prayed it wasn't Bin. Outside the dam, people gathered closely. Some even brought fruits and lit incense right there. The swollen body on the ground had scratches, as if caught on something, trying to remove them but couldn't. Arriving there, they recognized their son. Tung's wife hugged the body, crying hoarsely, "It's our son! Oh God! How could you end up here, my child?" "Let's go home. We still have to blow the candles and cut the cake." Sobbing. The man with wet hair, wearing a hastily thrown-on shirt nearby, stepped forward and asked, "Are you the boy's parents?" Tung nodded, his voice trembling. "All night, my family searched everywhere for him but couldn't find him." "How did he end up like this?" "Sir, the man replied. "Around 6 p.m. yesterday, I passed by here and clearly saw a flailing arm calling for help. But when I got closer, there was nothing, so I thought I was seeing things and went home. Last night, for some reason, I kept thinking about that flailing arm in the water. Maybe it was the boy's spirit urging me to come here. If only I had dared to jump down yesterday, I might have saved him. But it's strange. This place is deep water, and there are signs prohibiting anyone from swimming here. Seeing their swollen, waterlogged son's body, the Tung couple couldn't hold back their tears. What was the reason Bin followed a strange child to swim at the dam? Bin's body was taken away for funeral arrangements, and he was buried right at the end of the alley. On the day of the funeral, the neighbors came to bid farewell. Everyone felt sorry for the little lost soul. Next to the burial site, there was also a new grave. There was a beautiful picture of a boy, just like Bin. I grabbed Hung's hand and whispered, "This grave was just dug last week, also 10 years old. Like Bin. But why is there already a photo on it?" Hung was taken aback when his wife mentioned the boy who had recently passed away, the same age as Bin. He bent down to look at the photo on the tombstone and replied, "Well, maybe the family was too grief-stricken, so they printed the photo on the tombstone to always remember him. But it's strange indeed." Suddenly, Than Vien's 2 children, wearing mourning scarves, stood in front. Hung immediately called them over and pointed to the photo on the tombstone. "Did you guys see if that friend invited Bin to swim at the dam?" The 2 children looked and burst into tears. Yes, it was him. But why did he die like that? "Mommy," sob. Without finishing their words, the 2 of them quickly ran to their mother. I was also pale with fear. It's really possible that Bing was lured away by a ghost because children are often more susceptible to seeing spirits. By now, all the burial procedures had been completed and everyone had left. The cemetery returned to its desolate state with 2 graves side by side, 2 children both 10 years old. After hearing the story earlier, Tung hurried back to the cemetery. He held a sharp iron rod with an extremely angry expression. Seeing this, Hung ran after him. Arriving at the grave next to Bin's, Tung lit 3 incense sticks for the boy and sternly asked, "Why did you lure my child away?" The space fell silent, and suddenly there was the sound of wind blowing through. The picture of the boy on the tombstone seemed to mockingly smile. Furious, Hung thrust the sharp iron rod into the head of the tombstone and said, "Let me remind you, return my child to me. Otherwise, do you know what this is? Thinking you could deceive anyone? There must be some help involved because you couldn't have done it alone." Tung tightened his grip on the iron rod and continued, "If you don't return my son, I'll risk my life with you. To keep you from ever escaping, I can do it. Here's the address. It's in the nearby alley, not far away at all. Remember that?" Uncle Tung pointed at the picture on the tombstone and then walked away. Involuntarily, he glanced back at his own child with a heavy heart. Indeed, his eyes had been blinded by ghosts. After that period, Uncle Tung quit his carpentry job and moved to Cam without telling anyone why. Mr. Tien grieved for his grandson, who was supposed to inherit the family trade from him, but now was no longer in this world. Today, Hung didn't go to the ceremony either, this partly because there were guests at home. It was said that the person Uncle Thang wanted to make his daughter-in-law was here. And this was also the official engagement ceremony to choose an auspicious day for the youngest daughter to be married off. Uncle Thang brought the guests, both parents and relatives from the family line, holding a tray of betel leaves and areca nuts. The betel leaf was the beginning of the story. The whole family was delighted that the youngest daughter was finally getting married. After the wedding date was set and the groom's side had left, the youngest daughter said to Mr. Hung, "Dad, just leave the betel leaves here to offer to the ancestors early tomorrow morning. It will be smoky at night." Hearing his daughter say so, Mr. Hung agreed to wait until the next day to report to the ancestors. But early the next morning, looking at the top of the cupboard, he didn't see the betel leaves anywhere. Mr. Hung panicked. "My dear, the betel leaves that were offered at the engagement ceremony, where are they?" Mrs. Hung was surprised. "Goodness, wherever you left them yesterday, they should still be there today. What's the matter, dear?" "It's strange. I was stirring the pig feed when I heard voices, so I ran over. Just as the youngest daughter came back, Mom and Dad couldn't find them anywhere. I returned them to the person. Oh my goodness, how can something as significant as this be treated like a bunch of vegetables and meat? Why didn't you refuse from the beginning if you didn't want to get married? Who sets a date and then returns things like this? Making the son-in-law look bad." The youngest daughter shook her head and sighed. "I won't talk about this anymore. I'm going to work." I stood silently in the courtyard, not understanding what was going on. Suddenly agreeing to return the betrothal gifts? Something wasn't right. Who influenced her to change like this overnight? Early in the morning, there was a loud knocking on the gate along with panicked voices. "Are Mr. and Mrs. High there?" My mother-in-law responded from inside. "Oh, is that Miss Knock? I'll be out to tidy up the stall right away." "No, I'm not here to buy rice. Please come out to the railway tracks quickly. Your son is in a terrible state, almost dead from overdosing out there." Goodness gracious, I'm not joking. Which of my sons overdosed? Oh my goodness, your son has been addicted for a long time, don't you know? He's left home. I have no responsibility for him anymore, my mother-in-law said, and then went back inside as if nothing had happened. Miss Ngoc sighed and left, and I hurriedly followed, calling out loudly, "Miss Ngoc, wait for me!" Miss Ngoc and I went to the railway tracks. Sure enough, it was a familiar face, her heavily addicted son. The family took him home for the funeral. Only relatives from the family attended, with white wreaths. There were no friends, as they were too busy looking for drugs to inject. I was cleaning downstairs when I suddenly heard the arguing of Than Vian's husband and wife upstairs. I knew they often argued, but this time I heard Vian being hit by her husband. As a fellow woman, I couldn't accept a man hitting his wife, so I went upstairs and knocked on their door. "Mr. and Mrs. Than, Vian, you're home. If there's anything, just talk it out, but don't resort to violence." My mother-in-law stood below shouting, "Get out of my house right now. Every time you show up, it's either arguing or fighting." Vian, overhearing, leaned down and retorted, "Mother, see how he spends all day betting on soccer without bringing home a single penny for the entire month. If I mention it, he curses at me. Plus, my parents are gone. It's just you and him here." Angered by his wife's disrespect towards his mother, Than rushed to chase Vian out of the house. She was furious but reluctantly kept the children behind. Vian, in defiance, said, "You don't have to chase me out. I'll leave. If you want to keep the kids, then keep them." With that, Vian grabbed some clothes from the closet, threw them into a bag, and quickly left. Today, my husband and I, along with Mr. Huang, went to visit the brother-in-law of Mrs. Ann, the person whose child had an accident and appeared in a dream claiming wrongful death. Mr. Huang entered the house, looked around, and then spoke up. "This place feels calm. I don't sense any negative energy, so why would the child claim wrongful death? It's quite puzzling." Mrs. Ann's brother-in-law choked up as he spoke. "Sir, please, help my child. The dream, it's troubling my child. Tomorrow morning, we'll change the tomb. I'll conduct a soul-summoning ritual to bring the child back. The family will arrange for someone to sit by the tomb for the mourning period. Yes, from early morning, everyone gathered at the cemetery, which was a state-built area with straight paths. The tents were set up. Everything was ready, awaiting the exact time to start the ceremony. Mr. Huang checked his watch and loudly called for the cemetery workers. When they reached the tomb and lifted the lid, they were surprised to find the skull and bones overturned. Mr. Huang turned to Mrs. Ann's brother-in-law and asked, "Are you sure the child had passed away before the funeral arrangements were made?" Yes. Once the doctor confirmed it, only then did the family start arranging for the funeral. Sigh. From what I can tell, the child was still alive when buried. Upon realizing they were trapped inside, they struggled to escape. Mrs. Ann's brother-in-law burst into tears. "Our family was careless. What do we do now, sir?" "I think there's no need to summon the spirit anymore. We understand the reason now. When someone has just passed away, the family should wait at least 3 days. There are cases where the person hasn't completely passed and luckily has a chance to come back to life. This child's accident was predetermined, but the day of departure is definitely a different day, not the burial day." The family should recite Buddhist scriptures to pray for the soul's salvation. Yes. On the way back, Mr. Hung and my two children remained silent. Each of us pondered about this spiritual profession in our own thoughts. Since then, the two of them decided not to let me accompany them for offerings anymore. Hung said, "It used to be my parents who hoped, now it's his turn to hope for a child." Thinking it over, I realized my mother-in-law was right. Pursuing ghosts like this, it's hard for me to have a child. During this period, Uncle Tung returned from Cambodia and focused on writing funeral orations and attending funerals. The ancestral shrine, which had been passed down through generations, was now arranged differently. Many statues of saints and soldiers were meticulously brought in and kept secret about the process. Not long after that, my wife and I both became pregnant and gave birth in the same year. Both baby boys had a small mole under their chin, just like Kubing when he was alive. However, my son didn't have the birthmark on his back, like the 3 marks that Uncle Tung stuck on the tomb door of that boy. Perhaps he had returned the child to him. After giving birth, I was fortunate to get a job at a school near our house. Returning to work as a teacher, standing on the podium and taking care of my children left me with no time to accompany my husband for offerings anymore. Mr. Tien fell seriously ill and lay in bed until the day he returned to his ancestors. It was pouring rain that day. The roads were flooded. Mr. Hung and Hung once again performed their rituals to assist Uncle Tung, just like when Mr. Bu passed away. What surprised Mr. Hung was when burying his father, Uncle Tung also put some very strange items inside his coffin. Perhaps during his trip to Cambodia, Tung had learned something from a certain master. Mr. Hung called Hung to learn from Uncle Tung, unaware that Hung had already been taught those secrets by his uncle. They kept it very secretive. Mr. Hung and I asked many times, but never got any results. Hung only mentioned that this type of ritual was very toxic, and those who followed it had to swear by their own blood that they wouldn't disclose the secrets. If they went against the ritual, they would suffer consequences. Since Uncle Tung left the carpentry workshop, Hung's elder brother also had no job. Having been used to free time, he couldn't stand working as a laborer for 8 hours a day now. Somehow, he got acquainted with a woman named Ngun in the neighboring alley who owned a hair salon and had a 3-year-old daughter. Her husband had passed away shortly after their daughter was born, leaving her to raise the child alone. She hadn't considered remarrying until she met Hung's brother. During their time together, he stayed with her, didn't have to work, and was taken care of little by little. Love struck, and he became more handsome by the day. Perhaps deciding it was time to start a family, he went home that day. After dinner, he finally spoke up. "Dear parents, I have something to say." My mother-in-law interrupted, sipping her water loudly. "Well, what is it? This house is like a marketplace. Come and go as you please. Are you going to tell us you're getting married or what?" "Yes, Mom and Dad, we plan to move in with Ngun." Before he could finish, my mother-in-law interjected. "You're marrying who? Marrying that Ngun girl? I don't agree. A widow with a child. Are there no other women left or what? Why would you dive into something like that? We love each other. Old-fashioned notions don't matter anymore. She's been married before or has a child. I don't care, Mom." "You may not care, but your parents do. Love? Love what? Love an old widow like her?" Hung's brother, now enraged, retorted loudly. "We're both women. Why are you so harsh with her?" My mother-in-law shouted back, "You may not care, but I do. If you don't stop, I'll go to the market and tell everyone about this old widow luring someone else's son and bringing shame to their family. Mom, you're being unreasonable. If my mother goes around spreading rumors, then consider me not your son anymore." Hung's brother said and left. My mother-in-law was so angry that her eyes seemed about to explode as she yelled, "You ungrateful brat! You forget about your parents for an old widow? Just wait and see if she'll still tolerate you after this." I thought she was just saying that. Little did I know, the next day my mother-in-law went to see Ngan in person. Knowing her temperament, I quickly followed. Perhaps because she didn't approve of this daughter-in-law, she had investigated and found out everything about Ngan's salon and came over to cause a scene. "Old widow, come out here, I want to see you. You lure anyone you want, but stay away from my son." Neighbors heard the commotion and came out to see what was happening. My mother-in-law continued to shout, "Look, everyone, this old widow. Her husband's dead, but she's acting like she's still married." My daughter-in-law fell under some spell and left home to stay with her. "Do you understand my plight, oh heavens?" As she spoke loudly for the neighbors to hear, my mother-in-law pounded on the door. There was no sound from inside, and my brother-in-law seemed determined not to open the door. The neighbors gathered, and one of them spoke up. "Hey, ma'am, if you have a problem, call your son home to discuss it. Coming over to someone else's house like this might get the police involved and create disorder. I want the police to come here. Please, someone call them for me. This old widow, she lured my son away." I don't know if anyone actually called, but the police did come. They called out the names of both my brother-in-law and his wife and took all three of them to give statements. Seeing so many people, my daughter-in-law got scared and cried, clinging to her mother. Many people looked on with sympathy. The next day, my brother-in-law stayed home and didn't go over to the other side anymore. He sat quietly, smoking his pipe heavily. I went to the neighboring alley to see that the sign for the hair and nail salon had been taken down. In its place was a sign that read, "For sale." Today is the full moon day. After offering prayers at the altar, we went downstairs. Mr. Hung called out to my parents-in-law, "Are Mr. and Mrs. Hai there?" My mother-in-law responded, "Yes, please come in and have a cup of tea. Is there something wrong? You seem worried." As he sat down, Mr. Hung declined the tea my mother-in-law offered. He began, "Now that you're getting older, it's important to settle some matters. This house we're living in, when you both pass away, half of it should go to your second son, the eldest grandson. He's married now and will perform ancestral worship. The other half is for the youngest daughter. Each sibling will have their share. Your main concern should be the youngest daughter. At her age, no husband, no children. It's better for her to stay close to you, to have family around." After hearing this, my parents-in-law replied, "Understood. We will follow your suggestion. Then you can rest assured. Oh, by the way, why haven't Thang and Thu's children visited us this past week?" Everyone is busy with their own work. Besides, they just moved to a new house, so they've been preoccupied. We'll ask Hung to go check on them later. Okay, these past few days, I've been feeling uneasy, like a fire burning inside me. Highs? I wonder if there's something happening back in the village. Anyway, that's settled then. Just as Mr. Hung finished speaking, we heard loud crying outside the gate. Hung and I hurried out and recognized it was Thang's eldest daughter. I asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Please calm down and tell me. Why are you here alone?" She tried to speak through her tears. "Sister, our mom." Who? What happened to your mom? What's going on? You're making me worry." The poor girl couldn't speak amidst her tears. At that moment, Mr. Hung came out too. Seeing his niece crying uncontrollably, he asked with concern, "What happened at the neighbor's house?" "Grandma, mom, she's gone." Who? "Oh my God, what are you saying? How's your mom?" The news of Thu's tragic death was something Mr. and Mrs. Huang, along with everyone else, were reluctant to believe. Immediately afterward, they went to the other side of the river to ascertain the truth behind such a tragedy. From outside the alley, I could see curious onlookers gathered and discussing. Thu's lifeless body was hanging by a rope tied to the wooden railing of the mezzanine. The police arrived to secure the scene, conducting their investigation before lowering her down. Her face was pale, with dark bruises on her neck. Uncle Thang supported his wife, gently wiping her eyes, but they remained wide open, refusing to close. Perhaps there was still some lingering resentment within her. My mother-in-law sat beside her, gently comforting her and saying, "Let's forget about everything and rest, dear." After those words, she stroked Thu's eyes. Even though her eyes were closed, I could still see the darkness lingering inside. Hung sighed, standing next to Uncle Thang. He lit a cigarette and asked, "Why did this happen, Uncle?" Uncle Thang, with a heavy heart, replied, "Your aunt and I had an argument, but everyone has their own opinion. I went to our neighbor's house and she suspected me of being with someone else. Words were exchanged, and I accidentally slapped her before leaving to drink. I was drunk and only returned home this morning. When I got back, I saw this scene. Last night, there were 3 of them. She must have prepared to leave this world." Things didn't turn out as expected and eventually led to this tragic outcome. The funeral proceeded with sorrow and blame. Mr. and Mrs. Huang, after their daughter's death, fell ill as well. Then, on a stormy night, Mrs. Huang passed away silently, without anyone knowing. It was only discovered when her body had already stiffened. With the loss of their daughter and the wife's untimely departure, Mr. Huang began contemplating the fickle nature of the fortune-telling profession. He called his grandson and earnestly advised, "I'll be leaving soon too. The incidents that have occurred within our family lineage are perhaps karmic retribution. Though illogical, it's the truth. You should be cautious in your predictions and maybe give up this fortune-telling profession." Hung held his grandmother's hand, choking back tears. "Yim, how can Grandma come home? You and Uncle Tung already have a plan. Grandma, please be reassured. Everything will be okay. No matter what, we must accept fate. Listen to Grandma. Please find another profession. Regarding the ancestral altar, even if you don't pursue the profession, don't ever abandon it. Just on the full moon and the first day of the lunar month, offer incense." "Yes, Grandma, I understand," Hung replied, suddenly reflecting on everything that had happened since he started learning the trade from Grandma. Helping people expel demons and fight superstition, yet at this point, all 3 families in the lineage had to make sacrifices. Life for life. Perhaps each fate was determined in its own way. Seeing and hearing were good deeds, but deep down, it might not always be so. Sometime later, Mr. Huang also passed away. After ensuring Grandma's post-funeral affairs, my husband and I moved out, and Hung, with the help of acquaintances, began learning the trade of electrical and plumbing repair. The upper floor where the Viens used to live was now cleaned out to make a prayer room. Mr. Huang's altar was also moved there for privacy. The old house was demolished and divided into 2, one side rebuilt for the younger sister, while the other remained vacant for her brother when he got married. Speaking of the younger sister, after Mr. Wangvi and Mrs. Huang passed away, she felt the need for a support system as she aged, so she agreed to marry the son of a noodle vendor at the market. He was a motorbike taxi driver who agreed to move in as a son-in-law. Looking back, had she agreed to marry Uncle Thang's friend, who owned a cement shop, she might have become a shop owner by now. But now, with this husband, she was subjected to domestic violence due to his bad temper, so no one in the neighborhood bothered to engage with them. My parents also sold their house and moved about 10 miles away. Since we lived separately, my husband and I only visited my parents-in-law occasionally. As for Hung, whenever he had free time, he would visit Uncle Tung. I heard that Uncle's altar had become quite renowned. Not long after, my father-in-law suffered a stroke and passed away suddenly. Now, the house was shared by my mother-in-law, my brother-in-law, and my husband's cousin. The cousin said he was busy with his business, so he rarely stayed at home, leaving my mother-in-law to take care of the two children. My older brother has been deteriorating since that day. He's become increasingly emaciated and sometimes faints. It wasn't until he was rushed to the hospital that our family learned he was in the final stage of lung cancer. Now, every day is uncertain. My mother-in-law stopped selling rice stalls after Hung's father passed away. Every morning, she sells balut at the end of the alley, and in the afternoon, she opens a takeaway cafe. Though busy, it adds extra income for the two motherless grandchildren. On the day I was pregnant with our second child, my older brother passed away. Only relatives, neighbors, and a few old friends attended the funeral. I ran into Kwan, the one who used to tell riddles in the cemetery at night. Everyone else has thriving families. Why not Hung's older brother? After the funeral, I asked Kwan about Cheat-Ngun and her child. He replied sadly, if only your mother had agreed to let him marry Ngun, things might be different now. The two of them, maybe they'd still be alive and have children. I was surprised. Wait, you mean Cheat-Ngun? Ngun has also passed away. After your mother-in-law arrived and they moved house, she met a terrible fate. But the strange thing is, during childbirth, she hemorrhaged on the delivery table. Oh my, how could that happen? I don't know. Maybe now the two of them will meet down there. Destiny is unavoidable. No one can resist fate. Well, I should go now. I'll visit another time. Kwan walked away. Why did everything turn out like this? Was it the karma my husband's family had to pay? Is it a crime to exorcise spirits and help others? And Hung knew this when he left the shaman profession. So many questions, but in the end, I was left with no clear answers. Who knows if it's destiny or just the coincidence of interconnected people? I returned to the alley of my parents-in-law's house, where the houses now stood side by side, with few dense trees left. The alley was brightly lit with high-pressure lamps. The path to my parents-in-law's house no longer had tall bamboo bushes.